Hello and welcome to Understanding Plato. My name is Eric Orwell. Today we'll be going through the Elements of Theology by Proclus. This work is probably the most succinct summation of Neoplatonic thought out there. In that way, it's quite handy. If you read through the entire work, all of Proclus's explanations, and then later on revisit just skimming through the individual propositions, you'll find that you can recall to memory how the system fits together as a whole, and it can be very useful. So in this video, I'll be going through all of Proclus's propositions and giving what I take to be common sense explanations of Proclus's arguments. If you find this video helpful, please remember to subscribe to the channel and follow other Plato-related content that I produce. Also consider supporting me on Patreon, where you can join the reading groups that we do. There are a lot of really good folks involved in that. So, the elements of theology. Proposition 1. All multitude participates in a certain respect of the one. So first of all, participation is a very universal concept in Platonism. An individual thing participates of its universal archetype or form. So a particular triangle participates of triangularity. Exactly what is meant by participation and how that operates, Proclus does elaborate in other works. For now, though, it's sufficient to understand that participation is the way in which particulars have the universal properties that they do. And so all multitude participates in a certain respect of the one. The one is the most general of all forms. Every form is suspended from and participates of the one, which is independent, which participates of nothing else. That is kind of the summit of being, the foundation of being. So every manifold thing, everything that has multitude, must necessarily participate of oneness in some way or another. On the one hand, the multitude that you're talking about, the set of many things, has to be a single set, or we couldn't even refer to it in the first place. To be a coherent identity, a set of things has to partake of unity at some level. Also, the things of which that multitude consists can't be indefinitely manifold. The parts have to participate of unity in some way, or else you wouldn't have a coherent identity. You can have infinities in a restricted sense, like a number line can be infinite. A line, for that matter, can be infinite. But you can't have infinite infinites, because that's not something that we can define. So a thing that doesn't have a oneness to it as a whole, and the parts of which aren't individual parts and never cease their infinite division, is not something that we can imagine. You can't build a worldview on this kind of chaotic, manifold, not participating of unity in any way. So this is the fundamental proposition in this work. Everything else will be built on this idea that anything that is manifold always partakes of unity in some way. Proposition 2. Everything which participates of the one is both one and not one. Okay, so everything participates of unity, and insofar as it participates of unity, the participated property that it has makes it one. But obviously, if I am participating of something else, that is a manifold itself. There are two different things we're talking about. In that sense, that there are two distinct things, the participant and the participated. That means that the participant isn't strictly one. It's not one alone. Proposition 3. Everything which becomes one becomes so through the participation of the one, and is one so far as it suffers the participation of the one. So whenever a manifold is brought together, it is brought together and acquires oneness through a new participation of the one. Anytime anything has the property of oneness, it is ultimately due to its participation from the one. You can't be unified except through participation of unity, just like you can't be a triangle except through participation in triangularity. Proposition 4. Everything which is united is different from the one itself. This is simply combining the previous propositions. In order to be united, you have to participate of unity. And if you participate of unity, you are not unity itself. You are its participant. Proposition 5. All multitude is posterior to the one. This again builds on the preceding propositions. All multitude is after the one itself. Because all multitude necessarily participates of unity, unity has to already be there. Multitude cannot be the first principle. Alternatively, if the one and multitude are on the same level, ontologically speaking, and the many doesn't participate of the one, and the one doesn't participate of the many, then that multitude will be indefinite, inconceivable. It will be infinite, infinitely, and we've already ruled that out. So the only other alternative is that the one and the many are on the same level and participate of each other. But if that's so, then they coalesce with one another somehow, and the things that naturally coalesce with one another are not opposites, and the one and the many are supposed to be opposites. So if they're brought together by something else, then that other thing is really the first principle. Of course, there is no other first principle above the one and the many. Anything will either be multitude or unity. So the conclusion is that all multitude has to be posterior to unity. Proposition 6. Every multitude consists either of things united or of unities. This is because there must be a first thing which is united. Every united thing becomes united through participation of unity, but there are things that are united in the first place. And now those things can be other composite things that were united, or they can be pure unities. If at every step you always run into things united, then we have this same kind of infinite regress where you never arrive at some fundamental unit. The first united thing, there must be a first united thing, can't consist of further united things. It has to consist of unities. Proposition 7. Everything productive of another is more excellent than the nature of the thing produced. Now, at face value, it seems like we can come up with counterexamples to this. Evolution leads to more complex organisms. Hypothetically, a scientist could build an AI that is more intelligent than himself, but efficient cause is never the true productive cause. In Neoplatonism, the productive cause, that which actually brings about a being, is paradigmatic cause. Reality descends from the one to the many through likeness, right? So right after the one itself, you have that which is most eminently in the image of the one, more unified things, and then images, reflections of those. This is similar to the idea of an emanationist ontology. So there is one prime being that reflects as a paradigm images of itself out from itself. Okay, so that is the true productive cause, paradigmatic cause. The Neoplatonists had the fourfold division of causes that Aristotle supported, so efficient, formal, final, and material cause. But paradigmatic cause and instrumental cause were later editions of Neoplatonists, and paradigmatic cause specifically is this productive cause. So the paradigm is always superior to its image. He argues for this because, well, you can kind of see in the beginning here, for it is either more excellent or less excellent, or equal. Proclus likes using mathematical methods in reasoning. Obviously, the Elements of Theology is built off of the way that Euclid writes his Elements of Geometry. He looks at the case, in this instance, of the opposite of the hypothesis that he's putting forward. That's the reductio ad absurdum, right? You can prove one thing by looking at its contrary and then disproving that. So either a cause is going to be more excellent, less excellent, or equal to the thing caused, the thing produced. If it is equal to the thing produced, then the thing produced will have that same productive ability. And if this is the way productive cause works, then reality would be homogeneous. We have to decline at each stage. Otherwise, the one most powerful being would just kind of copy-paste himself or itself down the line. And that's not what we see. We see a degradation from more unified and complete beings to more manifold and incomplete beings. So it can't be purely equal. Also, the thing caused can't be more perfect, more excellent than the thing that causes, because if it has the power to do more than the thing that produced it, where did it get that power from? Its power comes from the thing that produced it. And so if the thing that produced it was capable of bringing about a power to become greater than what it already is, then that producing thing, the original cause, would just make itself better. That is a very general principle in Platonic reasoning, that all things seek their good. So if you have the power to produce something greater than yourself, you also have the power to produce that in yourself. And you would complete yourself and perfect yourself before perfecting your products. Similar to how you put on your own mask first if the airplane is going down or whatever before you put it on your child, because you need to be perfected in order to look after your child. This is also just a common trope in Greek literature, that we are declining from this better, higher culture, better, higher men in the past. So the thing that begets is generally in Greek culture conceived to be superior to the thing begotten. But I think this case is more like strictly logically necessary if you agree with the Neoplatonic system in thinking that the levels of reality are actually produced through similitude, through sameness, likeness. That's the way that things proceed. And if that is the case, then the producing cause will always be more excellent than things produced. Proposition 8. That which is primarily good, and which is no other than the good itself, is the leader of all things that in any way whatever participate of good. Going on with Proclus here for a second. For if all beings aspire after good, it is evident that what is primarily good is beyond beings. All beings aspire after the good. So if the good were one particular being, then that being would already have what it was seeking, and it wouldn't aspire after the good. And if that one being has a good that is particular to itself, it won't be this universal object of desire. So the good itself, which all beings aspire after, can't be any one particular being. It's similar to the distinction that's sometimes made by Christian theologians between God as a being and God as being itself. God is not a particular being. The good can't be one particular being among others. Also, that which is primarily good has to be unqualifiedly good. So it can't be good in addition to the other particular properties that make it some specific being, because those properties are less good than the good itself. So the primarily good has to be good unmixed with any particular quality, just goodness, the greatest conceivable thing. And that would not be any one particular being. And that thing would be the leader of all things that in any way, whatever, participate of good. Proposition 9. Everything which is sufficient to itself, either according to essence or according to energy, is more excellent than that which is not sufficient to itself, but has the cause of its perfection suspended from another. So we have two different classes of beings. The class of beings that receive their perfection from something else, that complete themselves by participating of something else or acquiring something else. And then we have self-sufficient beings that acquire their perfection internally. You can think of the person who has to seek out stimulation to feel happy, to satisfy themselves, versus the monk who can simply turn inward and meditate and be self-sufficiently good. I think Paul tells us to be sufficient in ourselves in one of the letters. And this also, I think, applies to the nature of the gods in the Greek pantheon versus the nature of mortals, right? The gods, in one way, do participate of unity. They participate of something higher than themselves, but they contain their own sustenance. They perfect themselves because they're eternal. There's no change in generation and completion. They have everything that they need and kind of cyclically enjoy that constant perfection. I believe that the idea of ambrosia in Greek mythology or the golden apples in Norse mythology has to do with this idea of self-sufficiency of divine beings. Our food degrades and we have to keep on eating it. The food of the gods is perfect and symbolizes this eternal self-sufficiency of those beings. So those beings which are self-sufficient are superior to those which acquire what they need from another, which of course makes sense because the being that has what it needs in itself already is closer to the source of its good, meaning it is better, right? If the source of your goodness is outside of yourself, then you are farther away from the good and so worse. Proposition 10. Everything which is sufficient to itself is inferior to that which is simply good. So now we have three kinds of being, right? There is the being that acquires what it needs from another to perfect itself. There is the being that is sufficient in itself. And then there's the being that is simply good, or maybe this is beyond any particular being at this point, but that which is simply good and has no need of even a cyclic, eternal, perfecting energy. Okay, it simply is good and is never alienated from its own perfection, lacks absolutely nothing, and that would be the greatest of all. Proposition 11. All beings proceed from one first cause. So again, Proclus lines up the alternatives and then shoots down the alternatives that he's not going with here. So perhaps there is no cause of beings. But if that's the case, then there won't be superior and inferior. There won't be the possibility of knowledge, because knowledge is always knowledge of causes. You can't know scientifically without knowing the causal operations that are in effect. So if there is no cause of beings whatsoever, then there's no ground for this kind of ontological hierarchy, and we can't ground this idea that there are more perfect and less perfect beings, and then we can't have a basis for knowledge. Now, maybe there is a loop, a causal loop, where the first cause is at any arbitrary point, begetting, and then looping back around to get to the same point eventually. But we've already said that the producing cause has to be superior to its effect, so that doesn't lead to this loop, and also there will be no scientific knowledge in that case because any given thing can be considered either the cause or effect. And so this hierarchy between cause and effect breaks down if it loops around on itself. The other possibility is an ascent to infinity, the Tower of Turtles approach to ontology. And that, again, will not lead to scientific knowledge because we can't know infinity. What we know mathematically of infinities is always what is finite in them. We can't actually know infinity. So we can't know the causes of things if they ascend to infinity. No knowledge, true knowledge, is possible, and this whole endeavor is fruitless. Also, we've already established that every manifold is posterior to unity. An infinite series is a manifold, and if it participates of unity in no respect, if unity isn't prior to it in some respect, then it's not even an intelligible thing that you're putting forward. Anything you can imagine at all come up with conceptually is going to participate of unity. So, therefore, all beings proceed from one first cause. Proposition 12. The principle and first cause of all beings is the good. And this follows pretty straightforwardly from the idea that every producing cause is superior to its effects. So as we get back to the primary cause, we get to that which is simply good, that which is not even sufficient in itself, but only good, doesn't require perfecting, that is above any particular being. Goodness itself has to be the first principle. Because it's either that, or we're going to have to postulate something above goodness. But then where is the sign of something beyond goodness that things seek? Every individual creature always seeks its good, whether that is pleasure, whatever the individual good is that an organism is seeking. It's always its particular good. So what is this more general, more universal thing beyond goodness that things seek? And if it's there, but there's no evidence of it, then it will be kind of inert and fruitless. Whereas the good is eminently fruitful, and we see evidence of things pursuing their good in all sorts of ways. So you wouldn't expect the first thing beyond goodness to be kind of absent and ineffectual. And why is it so great in that case? The good is this idea that we arrive at to come up with an identity for the first cause of things. Proposition 13. Every good has the power of uniting its participants, and every union is good. And the good is the same with the one. You might have thought before, when we identified the good as the first principle, that conflicts with the idea that every manifold is posterior to unity. So shouldn't unity be the first thing? Well, yes, it's a both and situation. The good is the same with the one. And for me, this is a pretty profound thought, right? How can we define the nature of goodness? Well, in every case, it brings about some form of unity. Organisms seek food in order to preserve themselves through time, to maintain their unity. We seek relationships to become united with other minds. There's no kind of good that isn't, in some sense, a form of unification. And then the opposite of that is that which disperses and disunites is the bad, which makes sense of the way that we feel pain. When do you feel pain? Psychically, it's when you're disintegrated. It's when things don't align. You have cognitive dissonance. You're not united with yourself. Bodily, you feel pain if you chop your finger off. It's not something you want to do. You want to remain one and good. Proposition 14. Every being is either immovable or moved, and if moved, it is either moved by itself or by another. And if indeed it is moved by itself, it is self-motive, but if by another, it is alter-motive. Everything, therefore, is either immovable or self-motive or alter-motive. Everything can't be alter-motive, or else you would have a cycle of causes once again. We couldn't have scientific knowledge. There couldn't be a gradation between the better and the worse. Everything couldn't be self-motive, because clearly there are alter-motive things, but also that which moves itself can't be that which is simply good. Motion is a change. There has to be a reason for that change. What is the self-motivated or self-moving thing aiming at? It's good. Okay, well then that good itself will have to be not something which moves, right? So the immovable is going to be the superior, the self-motive, the intermediary, and then the alter-motive, the lowest form of things. So matter, self-motive, souls, and then immovable divine beings or the good itself. A corollary to this proposition, from these things likewise, it is evident that of things which are moved, the self-motive nature is the first, but that of things which move others, the immovable is the first. So you have the unmoved mover, and then immediately after that, the first thing that moves is that which moves itself. Proposition 15. Everything which is converted to itself is incorporeal. Now, this is not as straightforward. Conversion to yourself, we have an example of in our own nature with self-reflection. Our minds can convert to themselves and perceive themselves wholly, right? We don't have to kind of fold our mind on top of itself to touch only two parts together. There is a universality in self-reflection where this total access is available. But bodies don't work that way. With a particular physical body, one part will touch another part. The shin bone is connected to the knee bone, but there's not a mutual connection of all to all. And that's what conversion to oneself is. Also, we use the term reversion to indicate this same thing. Conversion to oneself is only possible for incorporeal bodies because the topology, the geometry of reversion doesn't work for extended things, which have to make contact only on their surfaces. Proposition 16. Everything which is converted to itself has an essence separate from all body. Now, essence is like the definition of a thing. It's what's essential to it. And the energy that a thing has are the activities that it can perform. Because the activities that a thing can perform are dependent on essence, essence causes energy. And because the producing cause is superior to the thing produced, in general, essence is superior to energy. Now, if you had an essence that was bound up with the body, and yet you had an energy, an activity that allowed you to convert to yourself, then that energy would do something that a body can't. And so that energy would be separable from the body while your essence wasn't. And being separable is an extra thing that that energy can do that the essence can't do. And that would make the energy in some respect superior to the essence. And we've already disproved that with other propositions. And so if the energy of a thing is capable of reversion to itself, then the essence of that same thing can't be inextricably bound up with body. The energy is liberated, therefore the essence is also capable of being liberated from body. Proposition 17. Everything which moves itself primarily is convertive to itself. So self-motion requires this activity of conversion to oneself or reversion to oneself, because the whole being moves itself. It's not that one part of that being moves the rest, or else that part would be that which is primarily self-moved. And it can't be a chain of causes for reasons we've mentioned already. To get that which is primarily self-motive, you have to, at the same time, be convertive to yourself. To move itself is to move the whole of itself, is to act on the whole of itself. So this is the activity of soul, right? The idea in Latin is anima, suke in Greek, but both have the connotation of something which imparts self-motion to a body. So our bodies don't move themselves. Our souls are that which is primarily self-motive. Proposition 18, everything which imparts existence to others is itself that primarily which it communicates to the natures that are supplied by it with existence. So the producing cause contains the properties that are in the thing produced primarily, and the thing produced contains them secondarily. If that which produced had nothing in common, didn't have the same attributes with that which was produced, then where did those attributes come from? They wouldn't have anything in common. The kind of creator-creature dichotomy would break down. There has to be something in common between that which produces and that which is produced. And that which produces has to contain those common properties in a more eminent degree than that which is produced, because producing causes are superior to their effects. And so therefore, everything which imparts existence to others is itself that primarily which it communicates to the natures that are supplied by it with existence. Another way of putting it is that causes contain what is in their effects in a more eminent degree, in a more unitive way. Also, we will see that later on. Causes contain more unitively that which exists in a more diffuse and inferior secondary way in the things produced. Proposition 19, everything which is primarily inherent in a certain nature of beings is present to all the beings that are arranged according to that nature, and this conformably to one reason, and after the same manner. Okay, so this basically means that whatever is essential to the genus is in all the species. And if it's a property that is not in some of the species, then it's not primarily a property of the genus. It's not an essential property of the genus. Proposition 20. The essence of soul is beyond all bodies, the intellectual nature is beyond all souls, and the one is beyond all intellectual hypostases. Hypostasis means literally that which stands under something else. So it is the kind of fundamental ontological substrate. There are three basic hypostases in Plotinus. There's the one, intellect, and soul. And then beneath that, suspended from soul, is matter. The essence of soul is beyond all bodies because that which moves itself is superior to that which is moved by another. Not all bodies have self-motion. They are given self-motion, which is superior to being moved by another through souls. So souls transcend bodies. They are above bodies. And souls are inferior to intellect. Not all souls participate of intellect. Intellect is akin to the unmoved mover, right? Souls move bodies. They also move themselves. Intellect never moves. Intellectual forms, essences are fixed, immutable, eternal. Logical principles don't change. There's no movement in intellect. And yet, there is a kind of self-knowing self-conversion that is in eternity in intellectual natures. Not all souls participate of intellect. Intellect is that which perfects souls. We can see this kind of anecdotally. We become more truthful as we get closer to more universal and unchanging principles, right? A person who only ever focused on that which changed couldn't have any true knowledge, obviously. And then the one is above all intellectual hypostases, intellectual essences, because it is not any particular being. It is the good. It is the target of all lower things. And it doesn't have this kind of self-converting energy that intellect has even. It's not sufficient in itself. It's beyond being sufficient in itself. It doesn't require sufficiency because it simply is the good. Never needs perfecting. So we have the one, and then intellectual essences, and then souls, and then bodies. Proposition 21. Every order beginning from a monad proceeds into a multitude coordinate to the monad, and the multitude of every order is referred to one monad. So this idea is very important in Proclus's system, and really it is just a logical outgrowth of the theory of forms. Whatever set of things have the same nature, they derive that nature from one arche, one exemplar, one paradigm of that particular nature. And that is the monad of that series. Just as the number one is the first intelligible quantity among numbers, it is the arche of intelligible quantity and produces other numbers out of itself. All higher numbers, technically speaking, are derived from unity and contain unity in them, just as all men have manness. They have the form of man in them, and yet the monad, man, is singular, although there are many men. So the idea is that through likeness to that monad, the series is begotten, and then that which coordinates the series, which allows us to recognize that they're all members of one series, is reference back to that monad. So all orders begin from one monad, proceed into a multitude, coordinate to that monad, and multitude of every order is referred to one monad. But, for example, a particular man isn't simply in the series of men. He's also in the series of mammals. He's also in the series of beings. The intellect in man is also involved, and that doesn't come from the monad of manness, right? So individuals participate in multiple natures. multiple series. But for whatever particular quality we can identify, we can always trace that back to a singular monad. And to illustrate this, I just want to read this very poetic footnote. So the truth of this, that all orders come back to one singular monad, the truth of this may be exemplified in light. Thus, for instance, we see many species of light, one kind emanating from the sun, another from fire and the stars, another from the moon, and another from the eyes of many animals. But this light, though various, is everywhere similar and discovers in its operations a unity of nature. On account of its uniformity, therefore, it requires one principle and not different principles. There is that by which all of these different kinds of light are all called light. They have one nature in common. But the sun is the only principle of all mundane light, and though there are many participants of light posterior to the solar orb, yet they scatter their uniform light through one solar nature, property, and power. But if we again seek for the principle of light in the sun, we cannot say that the solar orb is this principle, for the various parts of it diffuse many illuminations. There will therefore be many principles. But we now require one first principle of light. And if we say that the soul of the sun generates light, we must observe that this is not affected by her psychical multiplicity, or she would diffuse different lights. There is that in soul, which is manifold, and that in soul, which is unitive. Hence, we must assert that she generates visible by intellectual light. The intellect in the soul is more unitive than other parts of the soul. But again, this production does not subsist through intellectual variety, but rather through the unity of intellect, which is its flower and summit. This unity is a symbol of that simple unity, which is the principle of the universe. And to this principle, the solar intellect is united by its unity, and through this it becomes a god. This divine unity of the sun, therefore, is the principle of the uniform light of the world, in the same manner as simple unity and goodness is the source of intelligible light to all intelligible natures. All mundane light in our solar system, owes its origin to one kind of monad of the mundane light of our solar system, and yet that's not the ultimate monad of light as such. That has to be more unitive than the various aspects of the sun which send out various rays of light. There has to be the one common nature of light. Through the soul of the sun, and yes, the sun has a soul, has a mind, through the intellect of the sun, and not through the manifold aspect of intellect, but the most unitive aspect of intellect. All orders, all natures lead back to one fundamental monad. And the corollary to this proposition: from these things, it is evident that both unity and multitude are inherent in the nature of body, that one nature has many natures co-suspended from it, and that many natures proceed from the one nature of the universe. It follows also that the order of souls originates from one first soul, and proceeds with diminution into the multitude of souls, that in the intellectual essences also there is an intellectual monad, and that a multitude of intellects proceed from one intellect and is converted to it, that a multitude of unities likewise originates from the one, which is prior to all things, and that there is an extension of these unities to the one. Hence, after the first one, there are unities, after the first intellect, there are intellects, after the first soul, there are souls, and after total nature, there are natures. Now, nature occupies a kind of midpoint between soul and body. The soul is more unitive. Nature begets the body according to the principles that are in soul. Another thing that seems to be introduced here is the idea of many unities suspended from the one that are above the realm of intellect. So we have the one at the top, and then unities, which are also called henads. Okay, the one, henads, that are pure unities. Okay, not unified things, pure unities. Proclus often equates the henads with the gods in the Greek pantheon. And then the monad of intellect and intellectual essences. And then the monad of souls, the arche of souls, and the many souls that descend from it, and so forth. And there's a kind of fractal pattern where once we get to a particular kind of soul, a particular nature, there will be one monad of that kind, and so forth with different orders in intellect. Like there's one monad of triangularity, and then there is a differentiation and diffusion that comes from that monad of triangularity. You know, the first prime triangle isn't equilateral or scalene or isosceles. It is beyond the particular characteristics. It is that which is universal in all triangles. It's just like threeness of angles and sides, something like that. In all things, whenever there is a common name, there is a monad and then the thing suspended from that monad. And these different orders do cross-pollinate and end up filling out the diversity of the world. Proposition 22. Everything which subsists primarily and principally in each order is one and neither two nor more than two, but is only begotten. So each order has to lead back to a single monad because they have a single thing in common. Each order is defined according to the common property shared in that order. And there is that common property itself without any addition of something else. So if you want there to be two first principles, do these two first principles have anything in common? If so, then we refer that common property back to that which produces the common property in both. If the two first principles are entirely different and they're mutually primary, well, neither will really be primary. And also, where is that common property then derived in the order? It's contrary to the nature of the forms for the source of each order to be more than one. You always lead back to one simple form that other individual things in the order participate of. And here's the corollary to this proposition. From these things it is evident that what is primarily being is one alone, and that there are not two primary beings, or more than two, that the first intellect is one alone, and that there are not two first intellects, and that the first soul is one. This is also the case with every form, such as the primarily beautiful and the primarily equal, and in a similar manner in all things. Thus also with respect to the form of animal and the form of man, the first of each is one, for the demonstration is the same. Proposition 23. Every imparticipable gives subsistence from itself to things which are participated, and all participated hypostases are extended to imparticipable hyparxes. This one is not as complicated as it sounds. So the monad of a series can't be directly participated by all of the particulars in that series. Either the monad is exempt and above and prior to all, or it is in one particular, or it's in all of them. And if that monad of the series is in one particular member of the series, then it's not suitable to act as that singular monad that unites all of them. If the monad itself is if it's directly participated by all of the particulars in that series, you're again going to need some kind of explanation for the unity of the series as a whole. Where is the oneness of the series? So the monad doesn't directly extend to and touch the particulars. Instead, it emanates out of itself likenesses, which are then the mediators between the participating individuals and the imparticipable monad. Right? This is like the way that the Greek gods communicate with mankind. They send messengers. They don't generally go down and interact themselves. Participated hypostases are the mediators of the monad that are more universal than particulars, but not as universal as the monad of the series itself, which is exempt, transcendent, remains pure. This is necessary, this distinction is necessary in order to avoid the critiques of Parmenides, of Socrates' theory of forms in Plato's dialogue, the Parmenides. In Proclus' commentary on the Parmenides, he takes a lot of time drawing this distinction, illustrating how Parmenides was trying to get Socrates to realize that there is the transcendent, imparticipable aspect of the forms, and then there are these mediators, the participated hypostases. And these participated hypostases extend to and are suspended from an imparticipable hyparxis. Hyparxis meaning the summit of essence. Imparticipable essences are superior, and then participated essences, and then participating particulars. And proposition 24 follows right along from that. Everything which participates is inferior to that which is participated, the mediators, and that which is participated is inferior to that which is imparticipable, which is pure and exempt and not manifold at all. Proposition 25. Everything perfect proceeds to the generation of those things which it is able to produce, imitating the one principle of all. So here's another general rule in Proclus's system. I think this is common to Neoplatonism generally and true to Plato. Perfection is a type of goodness. And so insofar as a thing is perfect, it imitates or emulates the good. But the good is the cause, is the first principle of all. And so as you get closer to the image of goodness, as you become a more perfect image of goodness, rather, you become more like to the good. So the more perfect you are, also at the same time, the more prolific you will be, because like the good, you naturally emanate out of yourself and don't remain barren. But this isn't only talking about creating distinct ontological things. The perfect is also likely to, as he puts it, adorn, perfect others, connect others, vivify others, fabricate others. It's not simply a matter of creating more stuff. It is having a greater effect overall. That which is closer to the one itself, to the good, is more like the good, and so it will have a greater amount of effects. Corollary, from these things it is evident that the nature which is most remote from the principle of all is unprolific, and is not the cause of anything. For if it generated a certain thing and had something posterior to itself, it is evident that it would no longer be the most remote, but that which it produced would be more remote than itself from the principle of all things, but it would be nearer to productive power, and besides this would imitate the cause which is productive of all beings. So there has to be a last order of beings, and that will be matter. Matter is indefinite, it is least one, it is most manifold, it is least productive as well. Matter doesn't beget more matter. It just kind of stops there, right? We also get a hint here of what Olympiodorus calls Proclus's rule, which is that the things closer to the good, the things higher up in the hierarchy of being, have effects which extend further down than intermediary things. So, for example, intellect, the similarities of intellect extend further than the similarities of soul, right? Intellect has its kind of last images in the material world, in bodies, which have mathematical proportions, intellectual properties, in some sense do seep down into things, even if through, many intermediaries. Physical bodies don't participate of intellect itself, they participate of logoi, reason principles, which themselves participate of intellect. And we could probably draw some more intermediary categories along the way there. Soul, on the other hand, affects some bodies, but not all bodies will have soul-like attributes. And, even higher than intellect, the one extends its effects to absolutely everything. Every last bit of even indefinite matter, even if it doesn't have quantifiable, measurable properties, it still has some kind of unity as that bit of matter that we're talking about. So the higher up you are, the more prolific you are in the chain of being. Proposition 26. Every cause which is productive of other things, itself abiding in itself, produces the natures posterior to itself, and such as are successive. So what Proclus is saying here is that productive things produce in a similar manner to the one. Paradigmatic causes produce without moving. Remember, that which is immovable is the first cause of motion. Similarly, that which produces immovably. Proposition 27. Every producing cause, on account of its perfection and abundance of power, is productive of secondary natures. So when a producing cause, a paradigmatic cause, produces its effect, it does so on account of a perfection of itself, not through a defect. So it's not a fall of its own nature into a lower station that gets it involved in generation. It is its own perfection. So it rests complete, perfect, and other beings are emanated out of it. It's not that it gets chopped up and distributes itself into created things. The productive cause acts on account of its perfection and so remains perfect without any decline as it produces. Proposition 28. Every producing cause gives subsistence to things similar to itself prior to such as are dissimilar. The effect of a producing cause participates of its cause, and so it will be like it in some way. There will always be a similarity between the producing cause and the thing produced. The first emanation out of a cause is that which is most similar, and through gradations that moves into the less similar. Proposition 29. Every progression is effected through a similitude of secondary to first natures, right? So for example, triangles are created by participating of triangularity. They receive their essence from their producing cause, their paradigm, right? Particular things, secondary natures, are imperfect. They aren't purely that kind of essential nature that they are. They derive that essential nature from whatever is primarily what they are by participation. So they receive triangularity, individual triangles, through the similarity of their essence to their producing cause. Progression is effected through a similitude of secondary to first natures. Proposition 30. Everything which is produced from a certain thing without a medium abides in its producing cause and proceeds from it. This goes hand in hand with the idea that a producing cause produces what is similar before what is dissimilar. If the product of a producing cause entirely proceeded away from it, then there would be no point of contact. They would be too dissimilar, and it wouldn't be an appropriate first product of that producing cause. So here we get an equivocation between distance as a kind of geometric metaphor and similarity having to do with the realm of forms. Proceeding from a form, moving away from it, is being dissimilar to it. Moving closer to it is being more similar. So distance within the realm of forms is a factor of similarity. Proposition 31. Everything which proceeds from a certain thing essentially is converted to that from which it proceeds. Everything abides, proceeds, and reverts. That's the cyclic nature of all of these orders of being. The good of each thing comes from that which maintains its existence, that which brings it into being. Also, if we are reflections of something that is more perfectly what we are imperfectly, so individual men of the form of man, the completion, the fruition of our nature is to be found in that paradigm of our nature. The perfect triangle in the paradigm of triangles, not in any particular triangle. So everything which proceeds through similarity from a paradigmatic cause desires a return to that cause. It proceeds through similarities, generated, differences are generated, and then the perfection of those natures that are generated is to be found through the reversion back to their cause. Proposition 32. All conversion or reversion is effected through the similitude of the things converted to that to which they are converted. So how does reversion take place? How do we return to our cause? Well, we progressed through similitude and we'll have to return through similitude, reverting to that which is more similar to ourselves first, and then up to our most kind of basic cause through orders of similitude. This makes sense in just the way that spiritual cultivation happens. We have exemplars who are closer to that ideal than ourselves. We emulate them. We emulate our parents. We emulate the things that are closer to us in order to get back to our original cause. Proposition 33. Everything which proceeds from a certain thing and is converted to it has a circular energy. Probably already noticed this. We proceed from what abides and then revert to what abides continuously. And there are different cycles that we might go through. So there's the one largest cycle, the cause of all proceeds to everything and then reverts to itself ultimately. But that's the biggest cycle, and then there are many cycles within that. So you can proceed and revert to a more proximate cause to yourself and have a smaller cycle, or it can be a larger and longer cycle that you're involved in. And there's the capacity for kind of epicycles in this. It's similar to in the Phaedrus, all of us follow in the train of a particular god, ascend with him or her up to kind of the highest heaven, perceive the forms, and then we gradually descend, we lose our wings, we're in the mortal world, and then gradually through love and other things, philosophy, we start to regain our wings, we return back. This is the general cycle of things. Proposition 34. Everything which is converted according to nature makes its conversion to that from which also it had the progression of its proper hypostasis. So we are converted back to that which we proceeded from. Corollary. From these things, therefore, it is evident that intellect is the object of desire to all things, that is, all things in the world, here, that all things proceed from intellect, and that the whole world, though it is perpetual, possesses its essence from intellect. So intellect doesn't cause the world in time. This procession is an eternal procession. For it is not prevented from proceeding from intellect because it is perpetual, for neither because it is always arranged is it not converted to intellect, but it always proceeds, is essentially perpetual, and is always converted, and indissoluble according to order. So this cycle is potentially an eternal cycle. It's not a movement in time, like at point A, you abide, point B, you proceed, point C, you return. This can be the basis of eternal existences, including the world itself. So that procession, reversion, abiding cycle can be built into the way that things persist through time. A little bit hard for us to imagine, but this cycle is not inherently a temporal cycle. It can also be more fundamentally a kind of cycle generating essence. Proposition 35. Everything caused abides in, proceeds from, and returns or is converted to its cause. So this cycle goes for everything that is caused, which is quite universal. Everything cycles like this, except for those beings that don't require sufficiency, that are simply good. Maybe the henads, but certainly the one itself is exempt from this eternal cyclic motion. But all things caused abide in, proceed from, and return to their cause. They couldn't completely abide in their cause, or else they would be the same as their cause. Remember, distance in the realm of forms is a factor of similarity. So if they were abiding in, they would be one and the same with their cause. They can't simply proceed because each being has an appetite for its good. And the good is that which completes, that which sustains, that which unites. And if you only created separation and there was no reverting energy, then all beings wouldn't pursue this good of returning to their source, fulfilling that which provides them with existence in the first place. So beings do this, therefore this reversion is part of the cycle. Everything cycles. Proposition 36. Of all things which are multiplied according to progression, the first are more perfect than the second than those posterior to them, and after the same manner successively. This follows directly from previous propositions. The first products are more similar to their producing cause. The producing cause is that which sustains them, that is the target of their good. So they are closer to their proper perfection if they are closer to their cause. So the first products are the best, secondary products are a little bit worse, and so forth. Proposition 37. Of all things which subsist according to conversion, the first are more imperfect than the second, and the second than those that follow, but the last are the most perfect. This is kind of the opposite of the previous proposition. So, of beings that are in the converting or reverting cycle, the first to move in that direction are coming from a more distant place from their cause. So when you first begin to convert, you are worse than other beings on the path of reversion, right? The monk who's been at it for many, many years is closer to his goal, is better, therefore, than the initiate who just began. So the first things to convert back, the first acts of conversion back, are the least good, and then the ones that are closest to the goal are the last aspects of the converting cycle. Proposition 38. Everything which proceeds from certain numerous causes is converted through as many causes as those are through which it proceeds, and all conversion is through the same things as those through which progression is effected. So if you are at the bottom of this long chain of causes, leading back to that ultimate paradigmatic cause, the source of your being, to convert back to that original source, you're going to have to return through all of those intermediaries through which you proceeded, right? It's as if you were going deep into a cave. You would have to go through the rooms that you came through, or the chambers you came through on the way down to the depths of the cave. And I will read the last sentence of Proclus's explanation because it's just very pithy and adequate. Through such things, therefore, as being is derived to each thing, through so many well-being also is derived, and vice versa. Proposition 39. Every being is either alone essentially converted, or vitally, or also gnostically. So not all things are alive and knowing. Things that simply are have a reversion to their cause, have a desire for their cause that sustains their being as they are. That's the nature of essential conversion by itself. Vital conversion for living things returns living things to a higher nature, is the desire for that kind of improvement. And then Gnostic conversion is returning to intellect and making contact with forms through the Gnostic energy. So, there are different kinds of conversion. There's not one uniform type of conversion. Things convert according to the kind of energy that they're engaged with. Proposition 40. Of all things which proceed from another cause, those which exist from themselves and which are allotted a self-subsistent essence are the leaders. So some things receive their essence from outside of themselves. Others have a self-subsisting essence. The self-subsisting essences are more sufficient in themselves. They are greater beings than beings that receive their perfection from elsewhere. Self-subsisting, converting to oneself, is a type of being that no corporeal thing matches, right? So, of all things which proceed from another cause, those which are self-subsistent and self-sufficient are greater than those which receive their substance from another and which receive their perfection from another. Proposition 41. Everything which is in another is alone produced by another, but everything which is in itself is self-subsistent. Okay, so the producing cause contains whatever is produced in a more unitive way than the product. It contains it more eminently, just like triangularity contains that property more than any particular triangle. So the things which produce themselves, the self-subsistent essences, contain themselves and are in themselves causally. They're not in themselves in terms of place. They're not in themselves in terms of this is a subject that I'm in. Causal containing is a kind of containing that works geometrically here. It doesn't work in the case of place or in the case of a subject that you're a part of. Things that produce themselves causally contain themselves. If you're in yourself, you are therefore a self-subsistent being. If you're in another, if you're suspended from another, then you're of a non-self-subsistent nature. Okay, so by analogy then, my hand is in another, it's in my body, not just in itself. Its existence is suspended from my body. Whereas, for the sake of the analogy here, my body itself is more self-subsistent than my hand. Proposition 42. Everything self-subsistent is convertive to itself. So if a thing causes itself in some sense, then it proceeds from itself and therefore reverts to itself. Because from whatever something proceeds, to that it converts. So a self-subsistent being converts to itself. And proposition 43, everything which is convertive to itself is self-subsistent. For if it is converted to itself according to nature, it is perfect in the conversion to itself and will possess essence from itself. It's the opposite of the previous proposition. Everything that converts to itself is converting to the source from which it proceeds. And so if you're converting to yourself for self-perfection, then your subsistence is coming from yourself as well. It's interesting to think, does this apply to souls? We do convert to ourselves, so are we self-subsistent? If the hyparxis of soul is intellect, then yes, right? Our true self is of that higher nature that we're converting to, right? We can proceed from ourselves while being in soul, but then we convert back to ourselves. There's a distinction between more unitive soul and less unitive soul, always being in itself, and the substance of soul always being guaranteed, right? It's an eternal existence. Souls are eternal. They have a kind of self-subsisting reality. Proposition 44, everything which is convertive to itself according to energy is also converted to itself essentially. Because if energy is able to convert to itself, then that's an ability that essence needs to have too, because energy is caused by essence. Essence, being prior, needs to have more eminently what its products contain. So essence too will have to have the ability to convert to itself. Proposition 45, everything self-subsistent is unbegotten. Right? Begotten things are generated, and if they're generated, they receive their perfection and their substance from another. Self-subsisting things don't do this, so they aren't generated. Self-subsisting things will have to be eternal. Proposition 46, everything self-subsistent is incorruptible. So just as it can't have come into being from another source, it won't end up in a position where it's alienated from the source of its perfection, because it always has that source of its perfection. So things that have their own cause of essence in themselves are incorruptible, uncreated, indestructible. That doesn't, however, mean that a phenomenon like anamnesis isn't taking place, like forgetting and remembering. We always have, like in Platonic doctrine, we always have all knowledge in ourselves, but we don't always remember it. So we're never alienated from it. The essence of our soul is always uncorrupted. And yet the energies of our soul, being inferior to our essence, can kind of descend. The activities of our soul can descend into separation, ignorance, etc. But the essence of our soul always remains uncorrupted. Proposition 47. Everything self-subsistent is impartible and simple. Self-subsisting things necessarily convert to themselves, and A thing that converts to itself has to be impartible, for reasons that we mentioned in previous propositions. So all self-subsisting things are impartible and simple, as well as eternal and incorruptible. Proposition 48, everything which is not perpetual is either a composite or subsists in another. This follows pretty straightforwardly. Things that subsist in themselves are eternal and therefore perpetual. And things that are simple, incomposite, cannot be generated or destroyed. So composite things can be created and be destroyed, and things that have their existence suspended from another can be alienated from the source of their existence. Proposition 49, everything self-subsistent is perpetual. Right, because to be not perpetual, you'd have to be composite or to have your existence suspended from another. And if you're self-subsistent, then you always have the cause of that subsistence. You're never going to stop existing. And you couldn't have begun to exist at a certain point in time. Self-subsisting things are perpetual. Proposition 50. Everything which is measured by time, either according to essence or according to energy, is generation so far as it is measured by time. For something to be measured by time, the difference between before and after has to be real. The thing considered can't be an eternal, persisting whole. It has to be changing through time, and therefore is generation. It's part of this generated world of kind of somewhat non-being. Real beings in Platonism are eternal beings, right? The soul is eternal, and even the energy of the soul is not measured by time, but is an eternal energy that then filters into time through intermediaries, similar to how the eternal forms appear in the generated world through intermediaries. So everything which is measured by time is generation. Proposition 51, everything self-subsistent is essentially exempt from the natures which are measured by time. They can't depend. Self-subsistent things can't depend on anything. They are exempt from the natures measured by time. They are above them. They transcend them. Nothing self-subsistent has its being in time, although it can generate effects which manifest in time. Proposition 52. Everything eternal is a whole which subsists at once, and whether it has its essence alone eternal, it will possess the whole at once present, nor will it have this thing pertaining to itself now subsisting, but that afterwards, which as yet is not. But as much as is possible, it now possesses the whole without diminution and without extension. Or whether it has its energy as well as its essence at once present, it possesses this also collectively, abiding in the same measure of perfection, and as it were fixed immovably and without transition according to one and the same boundary. So eternal things are altogether perfect. They can't be incomplete. They subsist as one. They are more whole than generated natures. A corollary, from this it is evident that eternity is the cause to wholes of their existence as wholes, since everything which is eternal, either according to essence or according to energy, has the whole of its essence or energy present with itself. So things can't be genuinely whole unless they are eternal. Proposition 53. Eternity subsists prior to all eternal natures, and time exists prior to everything which subsists according to time. Right? Eternal natures are in eternity. Eternity is prior to eternal natures. And things that are in time, generated natures, are dependent on time for their existence, so time is therefore prior. Proposition 54. Every eternity is the measure of eternal natures, and every time is the measure of things in time, and these are the only two measures of life and motion in beings. So every eternity might sound kind of odd. We would think of eternity as being this one uniform thing, but there's unparticipated eternity as such, which is one and uniform. There's only one true eternity. But then each eternal thing has its participated eternity, its particular eternal existence. And similarly, there is one unparticipated time, time of times, and then there is the time which measures every particular thing. And time measures things according to parts of themselves, and eternity measures things as wholes. And these are the only two options, parts or wholes. So every measure is measured by eternity or by time. Proposition 55. Everything which subsists according to time either subsists through the whole of time or has its hypostasis once in a part of time. It is necessary that there are some natures which subsist through time and yet which are measured by time, which are suspended from time, dependent on time, but always are in the process of coming to be. The reason for that is that progressions are through similitude. So you can't go straight from eternity to things that exist once and then stop existing. There has to be a medium between those two terms. So you have eternity that exists always as a whole, and then you have the middle term, things that are always coming to be and yet are in parts, but the parts are kind of indefinite in perpetuity. And then you have things which only exist for a part of time and then stop existing. And there is a corollary. From these things, it is evident that perpetuity is twofold. The one indeed being eternal perpetuity, the other, perpetuity, subsisting according to time. The one also being a stable, but the other a flowing perpetuity. And the one indeed having its being collected, and the whole subsisting at once, but the other diffused and expanded according to temporal extension, and the one being a whole of itself, but the other consisting of parts, each of which is separated according to prior and posterior. Proposition 56. Everything which is produced by secondary natures is produced in a greater degree by prior and more causal natures, by whom such as are secondary were also produced. So for an analogy here, if you learn from your teacher, you also learn from your teacher's teacher. And as the ability to teach came from your teacher's teacher that you received from your teacher directly, the cause of your education was more eminently that prior teacher, prior to your immediate teacher. Whatever is higher in the hierarchy, its effects extend further and first, more eminently, to all lower things. Although the secondary natures, which assist in the causal process, also do something. It's not completely pointless that they exist. They are productive, just not as productive as the primary and prior natures. Proposition 57. Every cause both energizes prior to the thing caused and gives subsistence to a greater number of effects posterior to it. So this is related to what Olympiodorus calls Proclus's rule. Prior things higher up in the ontological hierarchy, cast their effects further. So the one casts its effects all the way down to the bottom of the ontological hierarchy to matter itself, whereas intellect, which is lower than the one, casts its effects further than soul, but not as far as the one itself. So the higher something is in the hierarchy, the further its effects proceed, and also the more preeminent the influence is of those higher level effects in the things affected by both. What I mean by that is an individual human, for example, is one before they are intellectual. So the influence of the one is greater than the influence of the intellect. The influence of intellect relies on the influence of that unity, which is prior. Things which cause have all of the abilities that are in the things caused to a greater extent. And so in the way that the intellect is creative intellectually, the one is creative unitively in a more eminent way, in a way that encapsulates what the intellect does. And the corollary just kind of makes this relationship clearer. Hence, it is evident that of such things as soul is the cause, intellect also is the cause, but that soul is not also the cause of such things as intellect is the cause. But intellect energizes prior to soul, and such things as soul imparts to secondary natures, intellect also imparts in a greater degree. Likewise, when soul no longer energizes, intellect imparts by illumination the gifts of itself to those things to which soul does not impart herself. For that which is inanimate, so far as it participates of form, participates of intellect, albeit indirectly, and the production of intellect. Moreover, of such things as intellect is the cause, the good also is the cause, but not vice versa. For the privation of forms subsists from the good, since all things are from thence. That's just saying that the one actually goes all the way down to cause matter, which is, as such, formless. But intellect, being form, does not give subsistence to privation. So intellect doesn't, which is form, doesn't give rise to the absence of form. But unity, which is higher, actually proceeds all the way down to formless things as well. Proposition 58. Everything which is produced by many is more compounded than that which is produced by fewer causes. So if something participates in many different series, if it has many different producing causes, paradigmatic causes, then it is more compounded than something that has less. And thanks to the previous proposition, we can know that the top of the hierarchy, beings up there, will be less compounded because there are fewer fewer causes which give rise to those superior orders of being. Also, the very lowest levels of the ontological hierarchy, matter itself, will be less compounded because only the very highest causes extend all the way down to bring about the lowest effects. So there are not as many causes of matter as there are of those middle ranks of being, the ranks of souls and intellects. Souls are more compounded than intellects because they are caused by intellect and by unity. Intellects are just caused from that superior rank of the henads and then whatever superior intellects there are, right? But as you continue down the chain, you get to a point of diminishing causes which things participate of until you get to the very last things which are simple, but in a different sense than the simplicity of the highest things. Henads are simple, matter is simple, but in very different ways. Proposition 59. Everything which is essentially simple is either better or worse than composite natures. So as we said before, there are two different kinds of simplicity here. The simplicity which is the farthest away from the first cause, and then the simplicities which are closest to that first cause. And if a thing's proper good is in its producing cause, then being closer to your producing cause means you're better, and being further away means you are worse. So simple things can either be better or worse. Proposition 60. Everything which is the cause of a greater number of effects is better than that which is allotted a power of producing a less number, and which produces the parts of those things to the wholes of which the other gives subsistence. Right? That's because producing causes have what the produced things have in a more eminent degree. Their creative energy extends first and more eminently than the creative energy of secondary things. For example, unity, the one, produces wholes as such. It produces the unity in beings. Whereas subordinate levels of being, like intellectual forms, do exert effects on lower orders of being, but not on the wholes, only ever on parts, on aspects of those lower beings. So the effects of lower beings are less complete, and they are dependent already on the effects of higher beings. So any being that produces a greater number of effects must be a higher being and a greater being than the beings that produce a lesser number of effects. Proposition 61. Every power which is impartible is greater, but when divided is less. Impartible things are more simple, they are closer to the one and therefore closer to the good, and we, from previous propositions, know that greater things, better things, things that are closer to the good, have more power. Impartible things are closer to the good. Divided things involve a procession away from oneness and goodness, and therefore a procession away from power. So divided things, partible things, have less power than impartible things. And matter at the bottom is not a contradiction, because Neoplatonists are not atomists. Matter for them is eminently partible. It's infinitely divisible, the way that they think of it. So the very bottom rung of reality is the least powerful. And we've already seen that the last things can't themselves have power and be creative, because otherwise they wouldn't be the last things. So although they are simple in one sense, they are not impartible in the true sense and don't have power like truly impartible things have. Proposition 62. Every multitude which is nearer to the one is less in quantity than things more remote from it, but greater in power. So this kind of gives a spectrum to what we just saw in the previous proposition. A multitude of intellects is lesser in quantity than the multitude of souls, but they are greater in power. More impartible things, simpler things are closer to the good, they're closer to the source of all, and they are therefore the cause of more themselves, they are more powerful. So the more powerful a thing is, the fewer it is in its order, and the less powerful a thing is, the greater the quantity of that kind of thing. And I think empirical confirmation of this is quite straightforward, right? Pareto distributions of productivity in human individuals, the eminent, the great, are few in number. The people who don't have as much power are common. Proposition 63. Everything which is imparticipable gives subsistence to twofold orders of participated natures. One indeed in things which sometimes participate, but the other in things which always and connascently participate. So remember, we had this distinction between imparticipable forms and participated forms. The monad of each series begins with something that is exempt, transcendent, pure, so that the form can have its fixed identity and not participate of multiplicity. And then we had participated intermediaries prior to participants. Well, we're getting another layer here where the participated natures don't just cause the participants in the mundane world, they also cause intermittent participated essences. And so even in the realm of henads, right, unities as such, you have the always enduring, always participated, permanent henads, and then you have the kind of partial, intermittently participated henads, which are lesser in power within that order of henads. So not only through orders do we have this diminution of power, but within each order. So you have in henads the most powerful, singular, eternally participated, and above that the imparticipable one itself. In intellects, you have imparticipable intellect and then participated intellects in a spectrum going down to the most partial and intermittent participated intellects, and so on for each order. So in each order, there is the more enduring, more simple, more effective to its opposite in a spectrum, and then across all the orders, a similar spectrum emerges. And the corollary here, from hence it is evident that of the unions, the henads proceeding from the one, and which illuminate beings, some are always, but others sometimes participated. Intellectual participants, likewise, are in a similar manner twofold, as also are the animations of souls, and the participations of other forms. For beauty, similitude, permanency, and sameness, being imparticipable, are participated by natures which always participate, and secondarily by those that sometimes participate according to the same order. Proposition 64. Every monad which ranks as a principle gives subsistence to a twofold number, one indeed of self-perfect hypostases, but the other of illuminations which possess their hypostasis in other things. So this builds off of the previous proposition. At first, you have imparticipable monads, and then you have the ones that are always participated, that are self-perfect, and then beneath that you have the occasionally participated essences, which are in the particular things beneath them. They don't have an enduring hypostasis of their own. They are kind of partial beings, and this applies through all orders. And I will read the first part of his description because he introduces an important point here. For if progression is according to diminution through things appropriate to producing causes, perfect natures will proceed from the all-perfect, and through these as media, imperfect natures will proceed in a well-ordered progression, so that some indeed will be self-perfect hypostases, but others will be imperfect. And these latter will become the forms of participants. Right? So there is imparticipable, participated beings that are self-perfect, eternal, and unchanging, and not contingent on lower things. And then after that are the kind of shades of the forms that are actually dependent on the participants at our level for their being. This is a little bit clearer in the corollary. From these things it is evident that of the unities, even the henads, some are self-perfect, proceeding from the one, but others are the illuminations of unions. And with respect to intellects, that some of them are self-perfect essences, but others belong to animated natures, being only the images of souls. That is, being the form of intellect that is in soul. Right? There's the form that is the paradigm of the intellect in soul, but there is the kind of shade of intellect that actually is dependent on the soul for its habitation or residence. And thus neither is every union, every henad, a god, but this is true of a self-perfect unity alone, nor is every intellectual peculiarity an intellect, but an essential peculiarity alone is entitled to this appellation, nor is every illumination of soul a soul, but there are also images of souls. So some souls are eternal, perpetual, self-perfect, and others, can't rightly be called souls. They're kind of the shades of souls. And we can speculate on where you might find those sorts of shades of souls in this realm, but that would take us into some sketchy territory, so we won't go there. Proposition 65. Everything which has any subsistence whatever either subsists according to cause, so as to have the form of a principle, or according to hyparxis, or according to participation after the manner of an image. Right? So any given form, any given thing, either exists resident in its cause, right? Because causes contain everything that are in their effects already. They causally contain their effects. Or things subsist in their own essence, or hyparxis, the summit of essence. Or they subsist in the affected things, right? So let's take, for example, triangularity. The triangle subsists causally in intellect, in imparticipable intellect, which causes all intellectual forms. Already in that cause, there is the triangle seminally. So that's one mode of its subsistence. And then there is the form of triangularity as such. It has its own essence, its own hyparxis, and that's its mode of subsistence at that level. And then there are actual participating triangles, in this world. In the manner of an image is that last mode of subsistence. So it's got to be one of these three. Any kind of subsistence is either causally contained subsistence in its own hyparxis in essence, or in the effects in the manner of an image. That's the form in things immanently. Proposition 66. All beings with reference to each other are either wholes or parts, or the same or different. So we have relative wholeness or relative partiality, relative sameness, or relative difference. So I am, by comprehending the parts of my body, am a whole with respect to my body parts, but I am a part with respect to the body of the world as a whole. Right? So wholeness and being a part is a product kind of your reference frame. With reference to each other, things can be wholes or parts, or if they neither comprehend nor are comprehended by each other, then they are different, right? But that difference is with respect to some particular quality that they don't share in common. Taking in consideration some of their properties, things can be different, but never altogether, right? Because all things have the one in common, ultimately, right? So this difference is a relative difference based on the properties that we're looking for, based on the kind of perspective that we're taking in the system. So we have relative wholeness, relative partiality, relative sameness, relative difference. Proposition 67. Every wholeness is either prior to parts, or consists of parts, or is in a part. So we have the wholeness that subsists causally, right? The causal wholeness prior to the particular hypostasis, the particular essence that is being caused, that has the parts. And then we have the wholeness, which is consisting of parts. That is the wholeness which subsists according to hyparxis from the previous proposition. And then we have the wholeness which is in each individual part in the manner of an image. So a part is a whole part. The whole itself, the whole of the essence, is a whole essence. And then the wholeness which is there seminally in the cause of that essence in question is also wholeness. So there are different senses of wholeness depending on those three different modes of subsistence from the previous proposition. Proposition 68. Every whole which is in a part is a part of that whole which consists of parts. So this follows pretty straightforwardly from what's been said already. If you are a whole in a part, this part must be one among many parts which make up a whole. Because if they don't make up a whole, they're not parts. The definition of part means you are part of a whole. And it also can't be, the wholeness of a part can't be the wholeness of a single part, or else once again, it wouldn't be a part that it was the wholeness of, it would be the wholeness of a whole. So the whole which is in a part is a part of the whole which consists of parts. Proposition 69. Every whole which consists of parts participates of the wholeness which is prior to parts. Because a whole consisting of parts is some particular whole. And that can't be the source of wholeness itself, because one particular among other particular wholes can't cause that class, just as one human being can't cause all other human beings. You need an imparticipable, non-particular, universal man to cause all men, and so wholeness. The imparticipable wholeness, the prior wholeness, the causal wholeness, is prior to parts and doesn't consist of parts, isn't reliant on parts for its subsistence. Proposition 70. Everything which is more total among principal causes illuminates participants prior to partial natures, and when these fail, still continues to impart its illuminations. This is made pretty clear by Proclus in this explanation here. Thus, it is necessary, for instance, that being should be first generated, afterwards animal, and afterwards man. And man, indeed, is not if the rational power is absent, but there is still animal, breathing, and sentient. And again, life failing, being remains. For though a thing does not live, yet it has existence. And there is a similar reasoning in all things. So in more total causes, the effects go out to the mediating influences first, the participated natures first, and those which are eternally participated, and then those which are partially participated, and then these kind of partial contingent natures. So that's just the order of things. This is simply deducible from previous propositions. More total natures illuminate their direct participants, and then partial participants, and their illuminations extend further than any of their intermediaries. Proposition 71. All things which among principal causes possess a more total and higher order in their effects, according to the illuminations proceeding from them, become in a certain respect subjects to the communications of more partial causes. And the illuminations indeed from higher causes receive the progressions from secondary causes, but the latter are established in the former. And thus some participations precede others, and some representations extend after others, beginning from on high to the same subject, more total causes having a prior energy, but such as are more partial, supplying their participants with their communications, posterior to the energies of more total causes. Okay, so the higher forms that we participate of, or the higher entities, period, henads, whatever it may be, or the one itself, exercise their powers on us first, before secondary forms that we participate of. And those secondary forms use the illuminations of prior natures as a subject through which to act, stabilizing and allowing them to act. For example, we receive the illumination of animal prior to the illumination of man, because that is a superior cause, a more primary nature. So we are an animal before we are man. And in order to receive the energy of the form of man, we need that energy of the form of animal, which is there first, coming from a higher nature, in order then to make sense of and stabilize the energies of the form of man. So it's not quite as complicated as it seems initially. Proposition 72. All things which in their participants have the relation of a subject proceed from more perfect and total causes. So this is the flip side of the last proposition. If you are receiving participation from a form that is acting as a subject in you, meaning that participated form acts as a substrate or host of yet further stacked up forms, then the thing which you are receiving participation from, acting as a subject, is more perfect and total than the forms that you're participating of, not as a subject, but as attributes built on top of a subject. Once again, you could use animal and man. Animal is a subject to the illuminations of the form of man. The more basic substrate comes from the higher nature. And you can see this in Proclus's corollary here. From hence it is evident why matter which derives its subsistence from the one is of itself destitute of form, and why body, though it participates of being, is of itself without the participation of soul. For matter, being the subject of all things, proceeds from the cause of all, the thing that is the lowest level subject on which everything else is based. You have to have the matter of something in order to then host higher qualities. Itself comes from the highest source of all. So the lowest level subject comes from the highest level thing. And then subjects that are more fundamental in general will be from a proportionally higher cause. Right? For matter being the subject of all things proceeds from the cause of all, but body being the subject of animation derives its subsistence from that which is more total than soul, and participates after a certain manner of being. So body receives its substance, its subjectness from the hypostasis of being, which is being, life, intellect, the kind of second hypostasis. The one in the henads, being, life, intellect, the second hypostasis, soul, the third hypostasis, and then matter beneath that. Body not being matter itself, because matter is unlimited, body being matter with limitation, receives its subjectness as body, which can receive as a subject soul and animation. It receives that subjectness of its bodiness from intellect, from that hypostasis of being. Right? So you see how this works. It's related to the previous proposition. Proposition 73. Every whole is at the same time a certain being and participates of being, but not every being is a whole. So here we're asking what ranks higher, wholeness or being, and this one is actually fairly straightforward. All parts exist, but not all parts are wholes, right? And so the effects of being extend even to partial natures. The effects of wholeness do not extend as far. And so therefore being is higher than wholeness. And the corollary from these things, it is evident that being which has a primary subsistence is beyond wholeness. For the one indeed, that is being, is present to a greater number of things, since to be is present with parts so far as they are parts, but the other, viz. Wholeness, is present with a less number of things. For that which is the cause of a greater number of effects is more excellent, but the cause of a less number is of a subordinate nature, as has been demonstrated. So being is superior to wholeness. Also, the super essential natures, the rank of being above, the rank of things above being, that is the henads, is superior itself also to wholeness. So the henads are unities, but they're not wholes. The logic of whole and part does not apply to the henads. That is subordinate to the level of being as such. And I'll just make this clear here. Being is the kind of peak of intellect, broadly construed. So being, life, intellect represents the three-way progression, so abiding, progressing, reverting cycle of the hypostasis of intellect itself. So the true beings in Plato are the forms. So there are those intellectual essences, the intelligibles. That is being. And then life is the progression of them, the unfolding of them, the illuminations they emanate. And then the intellect, in a strict sense there, is the reversion back to those true beings. And so we touch intellect by participation, and that leads us in our reversion back up to those true beings. So this may be confusing, like where is being in this hierarchy? Being is the abidingness of the realm, the hypostasis of intellect or forms. Proposition 74. Every form is a certain whole, for it consists of many things, each of which gives completion to the form, but not every whole is a form. So here we're looking at the relative position of wholeness and the property of having form or being a form. This gets confused because we have many different senses of the term forms. Like in the last proposition, when I said the realm of forms, I really meant intellect, broadly speaking. The second hypostasis maybe is the most strictly accurate way of terming that. Here we're looking at the property of having a form insofar as form is divisible into many forms. You can see for every whole consists of parts, but form is that which may be divided into individual forms. So this is closer to the element of form that we see in the world that Aristotle's formal cause has to do with, rather than the kind of highest level conception of the forms. The form of man, for example, has its impartible unparticipated aspect, and that may be called the form of man, but that is a higher level of form than we're talking about. Form, strictly speaking, the shape of something, here is what we're dealing with, and that is lower than wholeness, because some wholes are composed of things that are indefinite and without form. For example, bodies are wholes composed of things that are not formal all the way down, because matter is devoid of form, right? So here's the corollary. From these things, it is evident that whole has a middle order between being and forms. And hence it follows that being subsists prior to forms, and that forms are beings, but that not every being is form. So matter, for example, whence also in effects, privations are in a certain respect beings, but are no longer forms, and in consequence of the unical power of being, they also receive a certain obscure representation of being. Things that, a shadow, for example, privations, evil, for example, has a certain kind of being, an obscure representation of being, but being absent of a formal principle because it is a privation, kind of essentially, it doesn't have form. So there is no form of evil. That's something that Proclus will say in his essay on the nature of evil. But there is a certain kind of being to it. Proposition 75. Every cause, which is properly so called, is exempt from its effect. So a cause qua a cause is prior to its effects and subsists entire outside of its effects. And its energies proceed to its effects by way of intermediaries. We've already seen propositions to this effect. So a cause qua a cause is exempt from its effects, and its instruments and its energies of generation move to the effects emanating from it, but it remains essentially exempt. Proposition 76. Everything which is generated from an immovable cause has an immutable hyparxis, but everything which is generated from a movable cause has a mutable hyparxis. If the producing cause is unmoved, it does not produce through motion, but through its essence, producing similars prior to dissimilars, as we've already seen. And so the things produced will not be intermittently produced, but stably and eternally produced. So immovable causes produce things which have immutable hyparxes. Hyparxis being the summit of essence. Maybe that's closer to existence, the kind of core of existence. Essence has to do with like the defining feature of a thing. So things that are ineffable are beyond essence, but they can still have hyparxis, this summit of essence, existence as such. So the existence, the being, the core, and that's above being. These terms get confused a little bit, but the hyparxis, the existence of things produced from immovable causes are enduring and eternal, whereas things that are generated through movement have existences which are mutable. So I create something, I build say a birdhouse, and I do that through motions. The existence of that birdhouse is going to be mutable. Proposition 77. Everything which is in capacity proceeds from that which is in energy, and that which is in capacity proceeds into energy. That also which is in a certain respect in capacity, so far as it is in capacity, is the offspring of that which is in a certain respect in energy. But that which is all things in capacity proceeds from that which is all things in energy. Okay, so capacity like potential, energy like action. Action is prior to potential because potential is less perfect than actuality. So we've already laid out the kind of essence, energy distinction. Essence is prior to energy. Hyparxis is prior to essence. So we have hyparxis, essence, and then energy, and then capacity. And anytime capacity, potential, is moved into actuality, there is some actual thing which initiates it, because capacity, qua capacity, is inferior to energy, qua energy, and so it always depends on energy to move into energy. So capacity is inferior to energy. That's not entirely clear from the proposition itself, but from the body of the proposition here, it is more clear. Proposition 78, every power is either perfect or imperfect. The powers which, through energy, through their activity, perfect others are perfect, and those are in energy. And the powers which are not capable of perfecting others are imperfect themselves. Capacity qua capacity doesn't perfect others. Activity perfects others. You can kind of take this to a moral dimension and see that just because you have great capacity, great potential, doesn't mean you're actually perfecting others or are perfect yourself. It requires activity to actually make it that way. So imperfect powers are in capacity, perfect powers are in energy. Proposition 79, everything which is generated from a twofold power. This twofold division we've just seen is energy or activity and capacity or potential. The generated thing requires an active source, a cause that acts through its energy, and it itself has to have a power of receptivity to receive the active energy of its superior cause. The way Proclus puts it, for that which makes or acts in that which is able to suffer. So it has the power, the capacity to suffer, as in receive, not, feel pain, but not in any casual thing, and which is not naturally adapted to suffer from the agent. So this is another way of thinking about energy and capacity, agent and patient. Generated things are generated through an active power which is superior and a receptive power. So the agential power of the superior and the suffering power, power and capacity of the generated thing itself. Proposition 80. Every body is naturally adapted of itself to suffer, but everything incorporeal to act. And the former indeed is essentially inefficacious, but the latter is impassive. And that which is incorporeal, however, suffers through its communion with body, just as bodies are able to act through the participation of incorporeals. So, body, qua body, does not act and is not the agent of actions. It is by nature the patient of actions. It is passive to the energy of incorporeal natures. Soul is that which animates body. Through the communion of body with soul, body is made able to act. And through the communion of body and soul, soul, which is incorporeal, is able to be passive, to be the patient of actions, and to receive passions through the body. So bodies, being corporeal, are things that suffer by nature. Incorporeal beings, impartible beings, because they're impartible, can't be fiddled with, right? Body being divisible, can be modulated and can receive all sorts of actions. But in incorporeal nature, an impartible nature, you can't fiddle with because you can't get in there and pull it apart and change its qualities. Proposition 81. Everything which is participated in a separable manner is present with its participant by a certain inseparable power which it inserts in it. So participated forms are separable in that they can subsist independent of their participants. The form of man remains even if an individual man dies. So it's separable. But if they're separable, then what is it that joins them together? If the form doesn't have its subsistence in the particular, then we need some kind of medium between the two extremes. That's a general principle in Neoplatonism. You always have connecting media between extremes. So we have the participated and separable form, and then its power, which it projects and illuminates into its participant, and that power, some portion of that power, will have its subsistence inseparably in the thing participated. That is the form that's in body rather than the separable form. And that form that's in body is there through a power of the separable participated form. Proposition 82. Everything incorporeal, which is converted to itself, when it is participated by other things, is participated in a separable manner. So the things which convert to themselves cannot have their essence or energy dependent on the participant. In order to convert to itself, it needs to kind of turn in on itself, and so it can't be inexorably intertwined with the participant. Otherwise, that self-reversion would not be possible. Okay, so if a thing converts to itself and is participated, it is participated in a separable manner, which means it has this kind of separate status, and then energies, powers which connect it to the participated thing, but it is not contingent, it is not bound up in the participant. Proposition 83. Everything which has a knowledge of itself is entirely converted to itself. So something knowing itself, it must know itself as the object and the subject. This is this property of reversion, going back to oneself. And if you do it in energy, you have to do it in essence as well. So if you know yourself, this is in energy a reversion. Therefore, the essence of that same thing which has self-knowledge has to also revert to itself, because the energy can't do something that isn't there in the essence already. Essence is superior to energy, and energy can't do things which the essence can't do. So essence and energy together are converted to itself if there is self-knowledge in a subject. Proposition 84. Everything which always is possesses an infinite power. Because if its power to be what it is failed, then it would at some point stop being. That one's fairly self-explanatory. Proposition 85, everything which is always becoming to be or rising into existence possesses an infinite power of becoming to be. So this is the same logic. If it didn't have an infinite power of becoming to be, then at some point it would stop, and it would no longer always be becoming to be. This is the difference between the prior proposition, eternal natures, and then this proposition, perpetual natures. Proposition 86. Everything which is truly being is infinite, neither according to multitude nor according to magnitude, but according to power alone. So first of all, that which is truly being is that which is always and isn't coming into being and out of being. And things that exist always, we already have seen, must have infinite power, but they're not infinite in multitude or magnitude. Multitude is moving away from unity, and things with greater power are closer to unity, as we've seen in previous propositions. Likewise, magnitude is moving away from impartibility. Magnitude is a bigger composition, a bigger stack of stuff that's divisible. And that, once again, is moving away from infinite power. So something that has infinite power is going to be impartible and not possessing a great magnitude, and it's going to be simple, not moving into a great multitude in its nature. So things with infinite power are indivisible and unitary. Proposition 87. Everything eternal indeed is being, but not every being is eternal. Things that arise temporarily have a certain kind of being. They're not eternal. but they are some kind of being. And so the powers of being extend further than the powers of eternity. The unstated corollary here is that the ranks above being, the henads and the one, are beyond even eternity. Eternity is one measure of time. Perpetuity is another measure of time. The things above being are beyond all measure whatsoever. That's one way of thinking about it. Proposition 88. Everything which is truly being is either prior to eternity or in eternity or participates of eternity. So that which is truly being is beyond measure, beyond eternity, as in being qua being itself, or in eternity, as certain beings are, which are both always and being. And then there are true beings which participate of eternity, that receive their alwaysness or their ever-enduringness from eternity through participation. So true beings can be prior to eternity, in eternity, or participants of eternity. Proposition 89. Everything which is primarily being consists of bound and infinity. True beings are eternal and therefore they possess infinite power, but they're also unitary, meaning they have the form of the one and through that participate of boundedness. So all true beings are consistent both of peros and apeiron, bound and the infinite. Proposition 90. The first bound and the first infinity subsist by themselves prior to everything which consists of bound and the infinite. All beings consist of bound and the infinite. Therefore, the entire hypostasis of intellect consists of bound and infinite. And the principles of bound and infinite have to be beyond that level. They have to be prior. They can't automatically be mixed up with each other. We've already demonstrated that the monad of each series has to be simply what it is. Whatever is first needs to be simply what it is, unmixed. So prior to beings, there is bound by itself and the infinite by itself. Proposition 91. Every power is either finite or infinite, but every finite power indeed derives its subsistence from infinite power. And infinite power subsists from the first infinity. For the powers which have an existence at a certain time are finite, falling from the infinity of existing always. But the powers of eternal beings are infinite, never deserting their own hyparxis. So the beings that have finite powers are those which come into existence temporarily and then come out of existence. And they, for their existence, depend on beings, the powers of which are infinite, and those beings depend for their existence on the two principles beyond being of the limited and the unlimited. They also depend on the henads and on the one, of course. Proposition 92. Every multitude of infinite powers is suspended from one first infinity, which does not subsist as a participated power, nor in things which are endued with power, but subsists by itself, not being the power of a certain participant, but the cause of all beings. So the logic of the monad of a series applies even to the infinite and then all beings which depend on the infinite for their powers. Here we also get a bit of vocabulary. The infinite, apeiron, is the first power. It is power as such. The imparticipable monad of power is also the apeiron. Proposition 93. Every infinite which is in true beings is neither infinite to the natures that are above beings, nor is it infinite to itself. So true beings are eternal beings. In Plato, true beings are often simply the forms. True beings are infinite in their powers to the beings beneath them, because from their perspective, they can never capture the totality of these transcendent beings. They transcend themselves. They are infinite compared to themselves. But a true being, an intellectual essence or form, is not infinite with respect to itself. Its powers may be infinite, aiming downward, but its essence is superior to its energies, and its essence limits it. Its identity limits it to what it is. And so essentially, it is for itself not infinite. It is finite. For the natures above beings, the Hanads, power itself, the infinite itself, limit itself, or the one, these true beings, forms, are not infinite, but are limited. Proposition 94. Every perpetuity is indeed a certain infinity, but not every infinity is perpetuity. There are also infinities of multitude, infinities of magnitude, number, matter, other unspecified kind of infinities we may not grasp yet. But perpetuity is just one kind of infinity. Eternity is just one kind of infinity. So infinity is a higher thing than perpetuity. Proposition 95. Every power which is more single is more infinite than that which is multiplied. So Proclus does admit of different degrees of infinitude, and the greatest infinities are closest to the one itself, beginning, of course, with the first infinite. So what we're getting here is that kind of paradoxically, apeiron, the unlimited itself, is more single than subordinate infinities. That which is more concentrated, more unified, more unitative, expresses its energy further than that which is divided, composite, and not as concentrated. Proposition 96. The power which is infinite of every finite body is incorporeal. A power which is essentially an infinite body that does subsume every finite body isn't a power qua body. As body, things are receptive, right? Matter is the ultimate patient, not the agent. So power essentially belongs to the incorporeal. This is a little bit of a dig at the Stoics, who had in their cosmology a kind of supreme power, fire, which permeates the universe, but is itself just the best of all kinds of matter. Proposition 97. In each series of things, every cause which has the relation of a leader imparts to the whole series the peculiarity of itself, and that which the cause is primarily, the series is according to diminution. So the leader of a series is the monad of that series. It's also the cause of that series, insofar as the members of that series are in that series. A particular being, a particular body or soul can be a member of multiple series. But insofar as something is in a particular series, it derives its characteristic which puts it in that series from the monad of that series. And it has what the leader of that series has in a diminished degree. Proposition 98. Every separate cause is at one and the same time everywhere and nowhere. It is everywhere insofar as all things in space participate of it as a cause, and yet it is nowhere because it is exempt. It is not confined within any particular location. So take, for example, the form of animal. Everything in the world partakes of the form of animal to one degree or another. Everything in the world, we're getting ahead of ourselves here a little bit, but everything in the world participates of all the forms in varying degrees in each case. That's a similar idea to Leibniz, the idea that each monad contains, in some sense, every other monad, or Indra's net in Hinduism. Reality is composed of these kind of beads that fractally reflect one another at all scales. Well, all places in the universe partake of all of these non-spatial higher level forms The forms are present to all things, just like the sun radiates its light on all, although we don't always receive that light because we're not always turned towards it. Maybe there are clouds obscuring it. The sun, though, constantly emanates its energy. In the same way, all the forms always emanate all their energies everywhere. They're omnipresent. But because they in themselves are exempt and separate and not confined within any particular place, they are nowhere. Proposition 99. Every imparticipable, so far as it is imparticipable, does not derive its subsistence from another cause, but it is itself the principle and cause of all its participants, and thus every principle in each series is unbegotten. It is unbegotten qua principle. Just like the principles in mathematics, within the mathematical paradigm are principles, although as just statements in general outside of any formal mathematical system, they are created from prior principles, right? For us, intuitions give us the axioms of mathematics. So they're not like absolute principles. They're principles within the world of mathematics, just as imparticipable causes, the forms, are causes, principles relative to all lower natures, but of course relative to higher natures, they are not causes, they are suspended from those higher natures. Proposition 100. Every series of wholes is extended to an imparticipable cause and principle, but all imparticipables are suspended from the one principle of all things. What I said in the last proposition is especially clear from the middle of this explanation here, so I'll read. For as all beings are from unity, so every series is from unity. But again, all imparticipable monads are referred to the one because all of them are analogous to the one. So far, therefore, as they also suffer something which is the same through an analogy to the one, so far a reduction of them to the one is effected. And so far, indeed, as all of them are from the one, no one of these is a principle. But so far as each is imparticipable, so far each is a principle. Proposition 101. Imparticipable intellect is the leader of all things that participate of intellect, imparticipable life of all things that participate of life, and imparticipable being of all things that participate of being. But of these, being is prior to life, but life is prior to intellect. So the first part of that, the imparticipable exempt natures that are the heads of these series are always superior to the natures which are participated and to the natures which participate. So that's straightforward from previous propositions. But between being, life, and intellect, being is superior because it gives rise to a greater number of effects. We can deduce, based on previous propositions, from the fact that more things are than are alive, and more things are alive than think. Right? So intellect exerts its energies not as far as life. Life exerts not as far as being. Being extends all the way through to everything down here that we can see. This being, life, intellect, trinity is the cycle within the second hypostasis generally. The first hypostasis is the one in the henads. Second hypostasis, intellect, broadly speaking. And then third hypostasis, souls, and beneath that, matter, so forth. That second hypostasis, the abiding stage of this abiding, proceeding, reverting cycle that we've talked about, the abiding portion is being. So true beings are often equated with the forms in the dialogues. That is being, the abiding of intellectual essences. Their procession is their life, their movement into multiplicity and complexification, cross-pollination, and then intellect proper, in a strict sense, is the reversion back to the being of those intellectual essences. It's an activity that living beings, beings that have proceeded, that are already participated of life, engage in to return to their source. Proposition 102. All beings which exist in any manner whatever consist of bound in the infinite through that which is primarily being. But all living beings are motive of themselves through the first life, and all Gnostic beings participate of knowledge through the first intellect. All living beings have something in common, and that derives from the monad of their series, which is the first life, the first procession out of stable being. And life is this kind of motive power. It is procession. It is the source of motion. Now, being, all things whatsoever which exist, participate of the monad of their series. In so doing, consist of a mixture of bound and the infinite, just like the first beings do, and the first being per se does. All Gnostic beings, all intelligences participate of knowledge through the first intellect. So there is one first intellect that all thinking, intelligent beings derive that quality of having intellect from. Proposition 103. All things are in all, but appropriately in each. This is one of my favorite propositions. So we're looking at the case of being, life, and intellect. We've already established that everything that the effects contain, the cause already contains causally. So it proceeds out with its effects, but also contains those effects as in a cause. It also is what it is in its own existence, in its hyparxis. It subsists in that mode. And then it also subsists through participation according to natures that are prior. So any given form will, through participation, belong to the one or have unity, will in its own right be that imparticipable essence. And then by way of causal containment, it will contain everything that it's going to proceed out through its emanations itself. Now, so therefore, in being, life, intellect, being causally contains life and intellect. So there is essential life and essential intellect in being. The intellectual essences are in being. In life, there is participated being, and life causally contains intellect in the manner of a cause. Life gives rise to intellect. So you have vital essence. So according to the hyparxis, the existence of life, its being subsists vitally. So it is the being of life, the living being that we're talking about there, not just being as such. Take me as a living organism, for example. The being of my life is its own kind of being compared to the being of my body, right? The being of my life is taken vitally, my vital being, and then there is the intellect taken vitally, the vital intellect, the ground of intellect, causally containing intellect. Now looking at intellect participates both of being and life, and so contains those other two things through participation. All things are in all, but appropriately in each. Sometimes these distinctions between, imparticipable causes and their series and the distinct series seem to draw a kind of taxonomy of nature and reality, which is too much like a big diagram, too much categorization. And these categories are always true, but with respect to a vantage point with respect to particular relationships we're looking at. In the previous propositions, we've said that, for example, not all forms exert, or not all beings participate of every form, right? So there are some things here which don't participate of intellect, but that's always in some particular sense, because in the broadest of all senses, everything participates of everything. Every bit of matter participates of form in some degree, even if it's not so conspicuous. A living being who has active intellect obviously participates of intellect. But, base matter, bodies, basic things in the world, still through emanations are connected with intellect, just in a lesser degree. Okay, so all things are in all, but appropriately in each. That applies most eminently to the henads, which are most united in that way. It applies especially to the forms. The forms are all in each other through mutual participation, and even, down here, corporeal bodies reflect each other in their natures through this kind of Indra's web concept, or like Leibniz's idea of the monad. Each monad contains every other monad. So you can get a little bit lost here. It's hard to tell. When you make these categorical distinctions, it seems like you would exclude sometimes the idea that intellect does precede everything, because we've already said that life proceeds further than intellect. So there are things that don't contain any life whatsoever, things that don't contain any intellect whatsoever, right? Well, sort of yes and no. There's always some trace of intellect in all things down here, even if it's not conspicuous, right? So, you have to take some of these things with a grain of salt, and it's always with respect to the perspective that we're taking on the system. But I do think the whole thing ends up making sense, so just stick with it. Proposition 104, everything which is primarily eternal has both its essence and its energy eternal. So the primary participants of anything are the closest to that thing. So the monad and its series, the things that primarily participate of the monad that are the closest to it, are most similar to it. So the first participant of eternity, the primarily eternal, has to have both its essence and its energies and in eternity. And then you can have something with its essence in eternity and its energy in time after that. Proclus's explanation is a little bit different, but it's sort of hard to follow, so you can read that for yourself if you want. Proposition 105. Everything immortal is perpetual, but not everything perpetual is immortal. Immortal is continuous life. Perpetual is continuous being. Being is superior to life, and therefore the perpetual is more all-encompassing than the immortal. There are things which always are, and yet which never live. And yet, everything that always lives always is. Proposition 106. The medium of everything which is entirely eternal, both in essence and energy, and of everything which has its essence in time, is that which is partly indeed eternal, and partly is measured by time. So I've already kind of foreshadowed this. The beings that are partly eternal and partly temporal have to have their essence in eternity and their energy in time. You can't have your energy in eternity, your activity in eternity, and then your essence in time, because essence is superior to energy, as we've seen before. So between things that are entirely eternal and things that are entirely measured by time, there are those things which have their essence in eternity and yet which act in time. Proposition 107. Everything which is partly eternal and partly temporal is at one and the same time being and generation. For everything eternal is being, and that which is measured by time is generation, so that if the same thing participates of time and eternity, yet not according to the same, it will be both being and generation. And the corollary, from these things it is evident that generation indeed, having a temporal essence, is suspended from that which partly partakes of being and partly of generation, participating at once of eternity and time. But this is suspended from that which is in every respect eternal, and that which is in every respect eternal is suspended from being which is prior to the eternal. So, things that are entirely temporal are suspended in the chain of beings, not directly from eternity itself, but from beings that are partly in eternity and partly in time. Proposition 108. Everything which is partial in each order is able to participate in a twofold respect of the monad which is in the proximately superior order, viz. either through its own wholeness or through that which is partial in the superior order, and coordinate with the thing according to an analogy to the whole series. So this is a little bit difficult to grasp, but I'll give a sports analogy here, which you won't get from me very often. Take a major league baseball team and a minor league baseball team that are affiliated. One is the superior order, one is the inferior order. The shortstop in the minor league baseball team is a partial nature in that lower order. The shortstop has something in common with the shortstop in the Major League Baseball team. So that can connect him. His analogical relationship with the corresponding partial nature in the superior series connects him with that superior series. And also, he is connected to the manager of his own team, who is from there also connected with the Major League team. The manager, the superior in the minor league as a whole, is connected closer to the major league as a whole. So this, in spiritual terms, reflects on, the order of spirits. Generally, there is a daimon or a spirit that is in a similar position to you in its own hierarchy, and you're connected with it because of that similar position. And then there is another way of connecting with the order above you through the superior nature, the superior human nature that is closer to that realm. So ascending in your own order can lead you back to the higher order, or connecting directly with a corresponding partial nature in the order above. Proposition 109. Every partial intellect participates of the unity which is above intellect and the first, both through the intellect which ranks as a whole and through the partial unity which is coordinate with this partial intellect. Every partial soul likewise participates of the intellect which is a whole through the soul which ranks as a whole and through a partial intellect. And every partial nature of body participates of the soul which is a whole through the wholeness of nature and a partial soul. So this simply illustrates the previous proposition. We can look at the example of a body. Body is connected with the whole of soul through the partial soul that directly inhabits it, and also through the wholeness of nature, the kind of world, the body of the world makes contact directly with soul. The body of the world as a whole is directly connected with the soul of the world as a whole. So each partial nature has two ways of making contact with the whole nature of the order above. Proposition 110. Of all the things that are arranged in each series, such as are first and are conjoined with their monad are able to participate of the natures which are proximately established in the superior series through analogy. But such as are more imperfect and remote from their proper principle are not naturally adapted to enjoy these natures. So we've already said you can contact the series above through the corresponding member of that series to yourself. But because inferior orders are greater numerically, the last emanations of a series don't have a corresponding part to make analogical contact with. This is not so clear from Proclus's explanation, but I think that's the simplest way to understand it. So there are fewer souls than bodies, so the lower bodies don't make contact by analogy with souls. The souls are greater in number than intellectual essences, and so the lower souls don't make contact with intellect because there's no corresponding member of that series because it's fewer in number, although greater in power, as we've seen. Proposition 111. Of every intellectual series, some things are divine intellects, receiving the participation of the gods, but others are intellects alone. And of every psychical series, some things are intellectual souls, suspended from their proper intellects, but others are souls alone. Of all corporeal natures, likewise, some have souls supernally presiding over them, but others are natures alone, destitute of the presence of souls. This is actually what I just said in the previous proposition, and the argument is the same, so I'll leave it at that. Proposition 112. Of every order, those things that are first have the form of the natures prior to them. They make contact with the order above, both through their own monad and through their analogical relationship to those in a higher series, and because they are closer to their monad, that relationship is more intense. So the things at the top of one order begin to approximate members of the superior order in their form. Thus, the highest spirits or daimons begin to approximate the form of gods. So when Plotinus sees his presiding daimon, and so do the people around him, in an anecdote told, I think, by Porphyry, the daimon is seen to take the form of a god. Or in the Symposium, it's difficult to determine whether love is a great spirit or a god, because the highest member of one order begins to take on the form of the order above. You can even see this in modern technology. The most integrated and unified physical systems, like computers, information systems, begin to take on the form of the order above, the order of souls. Of course, computers do not have souls, but they begin to approximate that form, those at the top of the bodily order. Proposition 113. Every divine number is unical. I'm going to read Proclus's explanation here. For if a divine number has a previous cause, viz. the one, just as an intellectual number has intellect and a psychical number soul, and if multitude is everywhere analogous to its cause, it is evident that a divine number is unical, since the one is God. But this follows, since the one and the good are the same, for the good and God are the same. For that beyond which there is nothing, and after which all things aspire, is God, and also that from which all things proceed, and to which all things tend. But this is good. If, therefore, there is a multitude of gods, the multitude is unical, but that there is evident, for every principal cause is the leader of an appropriate multitude, which is similar and allied to the cause. So, just as you have the monad of triangularity and then the many triangles that follow from its form, you have God, the one and the good, at the summit of everything, and then it serves as the monad of the series of gods. Otherwise, it wouldn't unfold through likeness. You wouldn't go from God to not God immediately. You would go from the divine to the gods, the order of gods, and then intellect and the order of intellects. And this multitude of gods, the number of gods, is unical in that they share in the form of the one primarily. So intellectual essences are unified and they have a coherence participating of intellect, but they are not as unical, not as simply unities, if that's grammatically acceptable, as the gods. So the number of the gods is more unified than any other multitude. Multitudes of bodies are more disparate than multitudes of souls, which participate with one another to a greater degree and share in one another's natures to a greater degree. The multitude of souls is more diverse and different than the multitude of intellectual essences. Those intellectual essences are more tightly related to one another than souls. Souls are more diverse. Intellectual essences are united together to a greater degree. The multitude is also fewer. And the order of gods, each god doesn't just participate of the other gods. Each god is in every other god in the most unical sense, in a way that we can't really imagine with our intuitions about Mariology or part-whole relations. The idea of a part-whole relation doesn't apply to the gods. Their brand of unity is beyond these sorts of categorical distinctions that arise with intellect and continue from intellect. So, every divine number, every multitude of gods is unical. Proposition 114. Every god is a self-perfect unity, and every self-perfect unity is a god. So, of unities, the highest will be both alike to the unity of the one and alike to the good of the one. So, the highest henads are all gods because they have this quality of being self-perfect. The lower henads are illuminations off of the gods. So if a henad, a unity, is not self-perfect, it is not a god. So not all henads are gods, but all self-perfect unities or henads are gods. Proposition 115. Every god is super-essential, super-vital, and super-intellectual. So this is the idea that gods are beyond being, and that the one is beyond being. Being there, as translated in English, refers to ousia, or essence. Essence is basically that which defines a thing being what it is. And the gods escape that kind of definition. They don't fit in logical categories the way intelligible intellectual essences do. So gods are beyond essence. They're beyond life and intellect necessarily, because essence, being, is superior to life and intellect. Although being, life, intellect compose that kind of triad at the level of the second hypostasis, or intellect generally speaking. So the order of gods, because the one is the good, and the good can't be any particular being, it's beyond beings. It doesn't have an essence. It is that which gives rise to essence. And the gods follow from that, the good itself. They too are super essential, and by extension super vital and super intellectual. Proposition 116. Every deity except the one is participable. The monad of a series is imparticipable, and then you get participated essences. With the one, its identity is too simple to allow for a difference between an imparticipable one and the first imparticipable unity that's not the one. Because how does that differ from the one itself? Both are imparticipable, both are unity. You could create a different name that you give to one rather than the other, but there's no real difference between these two concepts. So since the one is the first god and the monad of the series of gods, and it is imparticipable, the rest of the gods are in fact participable. Also, you need the participation of the gods, self-perfect unities, in order to allow any other hypostasis to make contact with the one. It can't make contact with the one from something that has a lower hypostasis than a unity. It has to make contact with something that's not the one itself, which is imparticipable. So this is kind of the function of the gods. They are there to be participated, to kind of be the mediators between all lower things and the one itself. Proposition 117. Every god is the measure of beings. One is the measure of all numbers. In order to measure something, it needs to have some kind of unity. So lower things, more manifold things, things that participate of apeiron, of the infinite, must be measured through something which is not of its own nature infinite and manifold, but something which is unical. The gods, being these primary unities, measure all beings. The concept of measure is closely connected with the concept of order, right? Paros is limit. It's also the source of all order. And if you think about geometry, the process of measuring out a length allows for the order of the geometrical construction. You have to have some unit to make any intelligible form out of it. So all things require a measure. Also, the role of measurement in modern physics is as yet not wholly philosophically understood. This is called the measurement problem. And it seems to be related in a very deep sense with the way in which reality acquires its form, its definite form, rather than the indefinite wave function. Schrödinger's equation, which supposedly characterizes the entire universe as a whole. Well, how do you get from there to definite form for individual beings? It seems like measurement is a necessary part of that as far as our current theories of physics go. So take that for what you will. Proposition 118. Everything which is in the gods pre-exists in them according to their peculiarities. And the peculiarity of the gods is unical and superessential. Hence, all things are contained in them unically and superessentially. This is like the idea that the being in life is contained vitally, or the intellect in life is vital intellect. Likewise, the being in intellect is contained intellectually. Everything contains everything else in its own manner according to its own proper nature. The peculiarity of the gods is their unicality, the property of being unities, and their superessentiality. And they do contain causally everything that they beget through their measuring of all things. So the gods are responsible for all lower things causally, so they contain all those things in themselves, but they don't contain everything in the way that it exists in its own proper domain. So they don't contain intellectual essences intellectually. They don't contain souls in the manner of the life of souls. They contain all of those orders of being in themselves unically and superessentially. This also allows us to differentiate between the gods. They causally contain their effects in different ways because they give rise to different effects. Proposition 119. Every god subsists according to superessential goodness, and is good neither according to participation nor according to essence, but superessentially, since habits and essences are allotted a secondary and manifold order from the gods. Right? Being superessential, super vital, super intellectual, the gods don't receive their goodness and unity through participation or according to their own definite essence. They have unity and goodness according to their hyparxis. So in a more unified way, in a way that bonds them closer to the source of all than we are bound up with the forms of which we participate. Everything is closer together, more well integrated, more unical for the gods. So their goodness is not by participation, but they have super essential goodness according to their own proper hyparxis. Proposition 120. Every god possesses in his own hyparxis a providential inspection of the whole of things, and a providential energy is primarily in the gods. There is no other way for lower beings to receive good but through the gods, because they don't participate of the one itself. And if they participate of some intellectual essence that has goodness, where did that intellectual essence get its goodness from? It had to be from the order of gods. The gods possess this providential care over all beings, providing them with their proper goods through their own hyparxis, not in some other manner, but in the most unitive way at the summit of essence. Hyparxis is the summit of essence in other beings. The gods don't have essence per se. So through that peak of existence, the most unical form of existence, they contain that providential inspection of all things without having to move outside of themselves. They do this unically. Proposition 121. Every divine nature has indeed for its hyparxis goodness, but possesses a power which is unsubdued and at once incomprehensible by all secondary natures. This is similar to the idea that higher order beings can have infinitude relative to the perspective of lower order beings. The powers of the gods extend to all things whatsoever, and so their power is unsubdued and incomprehensible. Their hyparxis is goodness, the best of all things, in order for them to be that kind of top rank of beings. But nevertheless, they have a power which extends its effects to everything whatsoever, and not just in the way that it gives goodness per se to other things. It also gives knowledge. In the explanation here, Proclus talks about divine knowledge, which is super intellectual. So intellect is not the highest form of knowledge. There is a divine knowledge that all other knowledges derive from. Likewise, the power of lower things themselves ultimately derives from the power in the gods. This follows from the idea that causes contain in a more eminent degree whatever their effects contain. So the gods are not only good and don't only have goodness as their hyparxis, but also a connascent power which begets everything. And by connascent there is meant arising with at the same time. So the hyparxis of the gods and their energies, their powers, are more closely related than the essences and powers of lower things. That, according to previous propositions, should follow the essence and energy of beings like us, souls, should be more distinct than the essence and energy of intellectual essences, and the hyparxis and energy of the gods is the most tightly bound up of all, although their hyparxis is peculiarly good and unitive. Nevertheless, they do have these overflowing, abundant, infinite energies. Proposition 122. Everything divine provides for secondary natures and is exempt from the subjects of its providential care, providence neither relaxing the unmingled and unical transcendency of that which is divine, nor a separate union abolishing providence. So while remaining in themselves, they providentially attend all things, not having to move their habitation. Simply by being what they are, they emanate their goodness throughout reality. So their unity and transcendence doesn't take away from their providence, because their hyparxis is goodness. Their nature is goodness, and that which overflows and provides benefit to others is greater than that which is simply good. So the gods are not simply good. They are essentially goods to all other beings by their nature, but in their nature they remain what they are. So they don't have to move away. They're unmoved movers to all other beings. Proposition 123. Everything divine is itself indeed, on account of its superessential union, ineffable and unknown to all secondary natures, but it is comprehended and known by its participants. Hence, that which is first is alone perfectly unknown, as being imparticipable. We've already seen that the gods are participated, and insofar as a being participates of a god, it has an aspect of its nature and has knowledge of that aspect of the divine nature. So the gods aren't perfectly ineffable and unknown, but insofar as they are superessential and beyond intellectual knowledge, beyond dianoia, reasoning, beyond opinion, beyond all mundane forms of knowledge that we're familiar with, they are ineffable. The only way of knowing the gods is through participation, because they're super intellectual, right? All that's left is knowledge of them through what you share in their nature, what they give you, what they donate to you of their nature. Proposition 124. Every god knows partible natures impartibly, temporal natures without time, things which are not necessarily, mutable natures immutably, and in short, all things in a manner more excellent than the order of the things known. So imagine, a father and son. The son is ignorant of his feelings about girls. He hasn't thought about it yet, but he knows something. He has some inkling of his sentiments, and although they're his, the father knows the sentiments of the son in a more comprehensive way than it appears in the son. So the son's knowledge is piecemeal. He's a boy. He has gaps in the way everything connects to him. He becomes aware of sentiments temporarily, but the father can see everything that's going on and knows more unitively than the son does his own feelings. In the same way, the divine knowledge is not simply a gathering of all lower knowledge. It is everything that lower knowledge contains, but more impartibly, eternally, immutably, etc. Proposition 125. Every god, from that order from which he began to unfold himself into light, proceeds through all secondary natures, always indeed multiplying and dividing the communications of himself, but preserving the peculiarity of his own hypostasis. The same procession, reversion, abiding cycle applies to the gods, but this does not take the gods out of their position. They don't decline themselves. Their communications proceed and multiply, but their own existence, hypostasis, nature is preserved immutably. And this kind of just falls in line with everything else we're learning about the nature of the gods. Proposition 126. Every god who is nearer to the one is more total, but the god who is more remote from it is more partial. So the same logic of the monad of a series and then moving to more similar natures that are more powerful, and then less similar natures which affect less, applies to the gods themselves. The gods closer to the nature of the one, closer to the monad of their own series, have greater effects. So there is not equality among the gods. They are in some kind of hierarchy. Although the logic of the gods is somewhat different from lower natures. They're not bound by essence. Their mode of knowledge is super intellectual. But this, at least, the idea that higher natures are more total, more unitive, and proceed further in their effects, applies to the gods as well. Proposition 127. Everything divine is especially primarily simple, and on this account, most sufficient to itself. So we've already covered the idea of a being sufficient to itself. The divine is especially characterized by simplicity, and because of that is especially sufficient to itself, because a composite thing is dependent on its own parts. There aren't any parts in the gods, and so their being is not made up of anything else. They require nothing for their existence. They simply are goodnesses. Proposition 128. Every god, when participated by natures nearer to himself, is participated without a medium. But when participated by natures more remote from himself, the participation is through a less or greater number of media. This is the basic logic of this whole system. Hopefully it's beginning to make sense the way it works. So the beings that are closer to the gods have more of the uniform and boniform nature and have the capacity to make contact with the gods. Also, just logically, if the gods only ever communicated with lower beings through mediators, then how would those first mediators receive the communications of the gods? It would lead to an infinite regress. Proposition 129. Every divine body is divine through a deified soul, but every soul is divine through a divine intellect, and every intellect is divine through the participation of a divine unity. And unity indeed is of itself a god. Intellect is most divine, soul is divine, but body is deiform. The order of henads is fewer in number than intellects, and a certain number of intellectual essences are divine because they correspond to those henads. Soul is greater in number still. So of those divine henads, there are a very few number of souls compared to the total number of souls that are still kind of straight down that column. It's a whole pyramid like this, but if you take the henads, they divinize certain intellectual essences, which divinize certain souls, which then divinize certain bodies attached to those souls. So this is something like the way in which particular divine natures, descend to particular places on earth, also into particular human individuals. Proposition 130. In every divine order, such things as are first are in a greater degree exempt from the natures proximately arranged under them than these latter are from things subsequent. And secondary natures in a greater degree adhere to their proximate superiors than following natures to these. So higher beings are more closely allied with their superiors than lower natures are to their superiors. Also, higher beings transcend their inferiors to a greater degree than lower natures transcend their inferiors. Proposition 131. Every god begins his own energy from himself. The gods impart their energies to secondary beings while abiding in themselves, but they don't just abide in themselves full, they overflow their own natures. Because of this superplenary or exuberant nature of divine energies, the peculiarity which a god extends to secondary natures is first exhibited in its own nature. On top of whatever wholly intrinsic properties the god may have, the god has the perfecting energy that it extends to lower natures, and before lower natures receive that perfecting energy, this overflowing perfecting energy first takes place in himself. So Athena is not only wise herself, she is wisdom giving, and so she kind of perfects her own wisdom, and her wisdom granting property is first applied to herself before it's applied to secondary natures. Proposition 132. All the orders of the gods are bound in union by a medium. The procession of gods takes place through similitude. So the highest gods are most similar to the one, and we progress to similars before things different. The gods all being uniform, essentially having their hyparxis or their existence in their unity and goodness preeminently, because they're the closest to the nature of the one, they are bound tighter to one another than lower orders are to each other. So matter is the most disparate, extended, dissolute. Souls, the community of souls, is more scattered than the community of intellectual essences, which are bound tighter. And then the gods are bound the tightest of all. And you can see this from the previous proposition, actually two propositions up. Proposition 130, in every divine order, such things as are first are in a greater degree exempt from the natures proximately arranged under them than these latter are from things subsequent. Which means you can kind of draw a pyramid representing this whole hierarchy with horizontal lines representing each of the genres of superessential things or essences. And up the pyramid, those horizontal lines come closer together. So the genres of beings are more similar to one another and are more closely related at the peak, and then become less similar to one another and more disparate at the bottom of that pyramid. Okay, so imagine a pyramid with many horizontal lines at the top, and then the horizontal lines become less frequent as you move down, representing this idea that the top of the hierarchy, things are bound in union by a medium to a greater extent than lower things. Although it is a general principle that between any two dissimilar things, there is something that shares in the nature of both, which joins both. This simply happens in a more unitive way in the orders of the gods. Proposition 133. Every god is a beneficent unity or a unific goodness, and each, so far as a god, possesses this hyparxis. The first god, however, is simply good and simply one, but each posterior to the first is a certain goodness and a certain unity. So each god, preeminently, the nature of its existence is reflective of the good and the one, that kind of dual property of the one first principle. So we say they are beneficent unities or unific goodnesses. The first God, the one itself, is simply the good and is simply one, but each posterior God is a particular kind of goodness or a particular kind of unity. So it's a guardian spirit that keeps things united, preserves their goodness, and spirit is used loosely there that I just said. There's also, wisdom as a kind of unity and goodness. There's also, the attribute of the Father as a particular kind of goodness, paternal care. So the gods reflect these particular kinds of goodnesses, particular kinds of unities. The god of friendship, a particular kind of unity. But the first god is simply good and simply one. And the last sentence of this body here is interesting. For all the hyparxes of the gods are not together equal to the one. So great a transcendency is the first god allotted with respect to the multitude of the gods. Proposition 134. Every divine intellect intellectually perceives indeed as intellect, but energizes providentially as a god. Divine intellects are those intellects which are suspended from the henads. Right? There are more intellectual essences than there are henads, so not all intellects get to be divine, not all souls get to be divine. The divine intellects, insofar as they are using their intellect, are not gods, but insofar as they communicate the energies that are ultimately coming from those henads from which they're suspended, they act as a god. So the energy of providence which flows through them is divine, but their intellection itself is not divine. And specifically, this communication of providence and replenishing with good is accomplished through the union of the replenishing natures with the causes prior to themselves. Okay, so in order for that divine energy to flow through you, you have to return more to that first source of all of those providential energies. And for intellects, that means returning back to intelligibles, right? Intellects are perceptive beings. Intellection in the being, life, intellect cycle is the reverting cycle. So intellects are part of that reverting nature. They revert upon themselves just as souls do. But the being of intellectual essences, we can also use the term intelligibles. So in being, life, intellect, that second hypostasis overall, being is the intelligibles. And the intellect reverts back to the intelligibles that are associated with its nature, and in that way then energizes providentially, because what the intelligibles emanate is super intellectual. So some of those intelligibles are divine. In order for the intellect to carry forward those providential divine energies, it has to revert back to that prior intelligible, which itself receives the divine providential energy from its source in the henads. Proposition 135. Every divine unity is participated by some being immediately or without a medium, and every deified nature is extended to one divine unity. As many also as are the participated unities, so many are the participating genera of beings. So what's being said is that each henad has one intellectual essence or being directly connected to it. There's nothing in between there. Otherwise, what would that in between be? It would be that first being that makes contact. There has to be some threshold where the superessential meets the essential. So that point is unitive. There's going to be one first participant of a divine unity, and an individual being isn't going to be divinized. It won't participate of a divine unity of more than one henads. It can receive the effects of other henads to some degree, but the energy which divinizes is a unique energy, and beings can only receive one such energy. And the way that Proclus argues for this is, for since the peculiarities in the unities are different, must not that which is connascent with each be different also, since contact is effected through similitude? So I don't know about that argument in particular, but at least in the whole system that we're building here, we can take for granted or postulated that divine natures, beings that partake of the divinity of a henad and not just receive some auxiliary effect of the henad, but actually become divine through their participation in that henad, receive that energy from a particular henad. Just as we are in the train of a particular god in the dialogues, in the Phaedrus, each of us is in the train of either Zeus or Athena or Hera or somebody. Well, in a similar way, then, individual beings participate, which are divine, in a single divine henad. And the flip side of this is that neither is a single unity participated in a divided manner by many beings. Okay, so directly suspended from a henad is one being, which represents one genre, right? It has that peculiar characteristic that it takes from its god, and then it imparts that particular characteristic down the chain straight down the center to a divine soul, a divine body even from that soul, but then also imparting the peculiar attribute, kind of radiating out to others. But directly connected to the henad is one being and not many beings. We have to have the similar before the dissimilar, and the argument that Proclus uses here, since therefore that which participates is something belonging to beings, but unity is super essential, and according to this they are dissimilar, it is necessary that they're similar in some other way, basically, because superessential beings are different from essences. They have to have other things in common, and so you can't have a multiplicity of beings directly connected to the one superessential, because then they're different in two respects. If they're going to be different in one respect, they have to be similar in another respect if they're going to be directly connected like that. At each decrement in the progression of beings, there will be some difference introduced, but you don't get radical difference immediately. So first, from one divine henad is suspended one divine being. Proposition 136. Every god who is more total and arranged nearer to the first is participated by a more total genus of beings. But the god who is more partial and more remote from the first is participated by a more partial genus of beings. And as being is to being, so one divine unity is to another. I've said before that the hypostasis of intellect, broadly speaking, being, life, intellect, is more manifold than the hypostasis of unity and the henads. But the very first beings, as we've seen, have to be the same in number with the henads, because directly from the superessential, you can't make contact with the essential and the manifold. The superessential and unitive makes contact with the essential and unitive. So there are as many first beings as superessential henads. We've already seen that the henads that are closest to the one are more complete, and the ones that are further are more partial. And so the first beings suspended from the highest gods give rise to genres of being, genuses of being that are more all-encompassing and total. And the first beings suspended from the more partial henads give rise to genres of being or genuses of being that themselves are more partial. So that proportion exists as the henads are related to one another, so the first beings are related to one another because there's a one-to-one connection between these two orders. Proposition 137. Every unity in conjunction with the one gives subsistence to the being which participates of it. One way to think of this is that the first place you get a definition, strictly speaking, and an essence is with those first beings. The nature of the essence of a being is given by the peculiarity of the henad above it. So the essence of something is what makes it what it is, the indispensable characteristic, removing all accidental properties. The essence of a thing is kind of its definition, broadly speaking. The henads are above intellect, so they don't have definitions that are something that we can comprehend. They don't fit into our notion of definition. They don't fit into our notion of essence. But they have peculiarities, which are what the essences and definitions are at the level of being. So essences and definitions are reflections of the peculiarities of a given henad. So the henad with the providential energy of the one gives subsistence, gives the particular essence to the first order of beings. One henad to one being. Proposition 138. Of all the deified natures which participate of the divine peculiarity, the first and highest is being itself. So that is the most total genre of beings, being itself. And being itself is suspended from the very first participable henad, as close as possible to the one itself. Proposition 139. All things which participate of the divine unities originate indeed from being, but end in a corporeal nature. So we have divine beings, divine life, divine intellect, divine souls, right? The first members of each broader order, or the first member of a hypostasis in general, is going to be directly suspended in that chain from the divine, all the way down to bodies. So there will be divine beings, divine intellects, divine souls, and divine bodies. The first in all of these natures being connected to the henads directly. Although the henads also exert influence on other non-divinized nature, there is a special order of beings directly suspended from the henads. One being to one henad, and then from there, kind of down that column, which I illustrated before, down the middle of the pyramid. The henads exert influences across everything all the way down, but there is one train of being most in line, following most directly in the line of the gods, and we have intellects, souls, and bodies in that train. Proposition 140. All the powers of divine natures having a supernal origin and proceeding through appropriate media extend as far as to the last of things and to places about the earth. There's really nothing new in this. The higher beings extend their influences further than lower beings. So the henads, being the highest beings beyond the one itself, extend their influence all the way down to bodies. And here, hence also in the last natures, there are representations of such things as are first, and all things sympathize with all. It's a nice way of putting it. So yes, the powers of the gods extend all the way to the last of things, and there is a kind of symmetry between the last of things and the first of things, because, matter, for example, only receives its existence from the one. It doesn't receive form from intellect, and so it is kind of simpler in a way than higher order bodies, which have particular natures and particular forms. Matter, being devoid of form, is simpler in some way, right? A corrupted way, but it constitutes a kind of reverberation or echo of this original theme of existence that begins at the highest level. Proposition 141. Every providence of the gods is twofold, one indeed being exempt from the natures for which it provides, but the other being co-arranged with them. So this reflects the idea that each form has two aspects, the imparticipable monad and then the participated emanations of that form. So the providence of the gods. There is one that's exempt, that is not participated, that is in the gods themselves, and then there's the providence which extends to participating natures beneath. This also makes sense with the one of the propositions which said that the providence of the gods begins in themselves. So that providential peculiarity has its exempt, transcendent aspect and its immanent and participated aspect. Proposition 142. The gods are present with all things after the same manner, but all things are not after the same manner present with the gods. But everything participates of their presence according to its own order and power, and this is accomplished by some things uniformly, but by others manifoldly, by some things eternally, but by others according to time, and by some things incorporeally, but by others corporeally. So this is like the idea that the sun shines on everything equally, but not all things turn towards the sun and receive their rays, its rays. So the gods extend their influence to all things, but not all beings are adequate vessels to receive the energies from the gods. The energies of the gods are omnipresent everywhere, but according to the manner of our presence with the gods, we actually receive their energies. Another thing here is that the gods don't selectively give gifts to individuals or to particular beings. They give their providential energies to everything, and not all beings are suited to receive those providential energies. So it's wrong to say that someone is gifted by God with this particular attribute, Rather, the gifts of God are available for everything, but the nature of the particular beings in question determine whether they receive those gifts or not. Proposition 143. All inferior natures fail before the presence of the gods, though that which participates of them may be adapted to participation. Everything foreign indeed from divine light becomes far removed from it, but all things are illuminated at once by the gods. All inferior natures fail in some respect before the presence of the gods. Only those deified natures are fully adequate to receive the illumination of the gods. And when a subject is not suited to receive providential energies, we can see down here, this inaptitude obscures it by its own imbecility, obscures the divine nature, and this being obscured, something else appears to receive dominion. So although the gods are more powerful, their absence, the obscurity of their light entering into some subjects, gives rise to a kind of contrary force, not being able to receive the ordered light of divine natures. In inferior subjects put something else in charge, which seems to rise up against this divine nature. So that's a hint about Proclus's doctrine of evil, although that's really not the entirety of it. I would recommend the essay on the existence of evil by Proclus for that. Proposition 144. All beings and all the distributions of beings extend as far in their progressions as the orders of the gods. This is because the gods give subsistence to beings, so beings can't extend farther than the influence of the gods extend. They extend only so far. Proposition 145. The peculiarity of every divine order pervades through all secondary natures and imparts itself to all the subordinate genera of beings. So the peculiarity of a henad gives the essence, the defining characteristic to the first order of beings, which then give that specific characteristic of their genus to all the lower beings that fall under it. So if there is, we'll use Proclus's example, if there is a certain cathartic or purifying deity, there is also a purification in souls, animals, plants, stones, but they will receive that peculiarity according to their own substance. So intellects will receive that peculiarity from the god they're suspended from intellectually, souls psychically, bodies corporeally, etc. Proposition 146. The ends of all the divine progressions are assimilated to their principles, preserving a circle without a beginning and without an end through conversion to their principles. So each order abides, proceeds, and reverts. So in a similar way, the divine progressions proceed to the last of things and then are reverted back, which allows this kind of integrated thing. Reality doesn't just constantly spit out like an explosion. There's a unity between the multiplicity that's generated and the principle that generates. Proposition 147. The summits of all the divine orders are assimilated to the ends of the natures proximately situated above them. So the last members of divine intellects will be directly assimilated to the peak of divine souls. The divine orders specifically are pointed out here, but in everything there is a similarity between the principle of one order and the last members of the order directly above. Divine orders are going to be more unitive, and there will be more of an assimilation between the ends of one order and the principles of another, because the divine is especially unitive. So just like the henads are more grouped together, the divine column, let's say, from divine intellects, divine souls, divine bodies, etc., that will be more similar to itself along that chain than non-divine orders. Proposition 148. Every divine order is united to itself in a threefold manner, from the summit which is in it, from its middle, and from its end. From the summit, because that is the monad which unites everything, as having that peculiarity which it in fact has. From the middle, because that acts as a medium between the lower natures and the higher natures. And from the end, because the end reverts again back to the first. Proposition 149. Every multitude of the divine unities is bounded according to number. Right? Matter is more numerous than bodies with form. Bodies with form are more numerous than souls. Souls are more numerous than intellects. Intellects are more numerous than henads, which are bounded, being closer to the one itself. Proposition 150. Everything which proceeds in the divine orders is not naturally adapted to receive all the powers of its producing cause, nor, in short, are secondary natures able to receive all the powers of the natures prior to themselves, but the latter have certain powers exempt from things in an inferior order, and incomprehensible by the beings posterior to themselves. As we've seen, higher natures are fewer in number, but they are more infinite in power. And the infinitude of their powers is always relative to lower natures. Their powers are not infinite with respect to themselves or with respect to natures higher than themselves. So their powers are greater than can be absorbed by lower natures. Proposition 151. Everything paternal in the gods is of a primary nature and is pre-established in the rank of the good, according to all the divine orders. So the paternal principle is creative. All of the divine orders lead back to their own paternal principle. And as many, therefore, as are the progressions of the gods, so many also are the differences of fathers. So that makes the paternal principle extremely universal, on a par basically with the unity and goodness of the henads. There must be a paternal generative principle in each of them, although somewhat distinct in each case. How exactly goddesses factor into this remains to be seen, but in any case, he is talking about gods here explicitly. So we can take it for granted, at least, that these orders of the gods lead back to, at their summit, some paternal principle. Proposition 152. Everything which is generative in the gods proceeds according to the infinity of divine power, multiplying itself, proceeding through all things, and transcendently exhibiting the never failing in the progressions of secondary natures. So the gods create while remaining in themselves, but the beginning of their creative activity is from themselves in their power. Power is encompassing of both actual energy and capacity, but the gods have infinite power by definition, although not equally infinite. So the highest gods will have their infinite powers extended further into more beings. The lowest gods, although never failing in their generative energies, their powers, they don't proceed quite as far as the higher beings. But in any case, the generation of the gods is achieved through their infinite power, basically. Proposition 153. Everything which is perfect in the gods is the cause of divine perfection. The gods, according to their own hypostasis, perfect themselves. So their perfective energies are self-caused. The good subsists primarily in them, and lower beings are perfected through participation through the gods. Anything perfect in the gods themselves is the cause of their own perfection. Proposition 154. Everything which is of a guardian nature in the gods preserves everything in its proper order and is uniformly exempt from secondary and established in primary natures. So that which guards keeps things connected internally, prevents them being corrupted by inferior natures, preserves them as what they are. Okay, so that is the function of the guardian nature. This guardian nature isn't one particular henad. This guardian aspect is a property of gods in general, just like the paternal is an aspect of gods in general. And obviously it is an aspect of unity as well, just as the paternal is an aspect of the good, the creative aspect of the good. That which guards maintains natures as they are and maintains them exempt from secondary natures, and the guardian principle itself is exempt from secondary natures and is established in primary natures. Just as the guardians in Plato's Republic are the primary souls of the state and preserve the state as it is. Proposition 155. Everything vivific in the gods is a generative cause, but every generative cause is not vivific. So the gods generate beings as well as life in beings. The generation of beings is broader than the generation of life. So the life-giving power is part of the generative cause, which is broader. Proposition 156. Every cause of purity is comprehended in the guardian order, but on the contrary, not everything of a guardian order is the same with the purifying genus. So the guardian function subsumes the function of purity, to remain exempt. The guardian does that as well as separating and defending and maintaining things as they are. They're similar functions, but the guardian function is somewhat broader. Proposition 157. Every paternal cause is the supplier of being to all things, and gives subsistence to the hyparxes of beings. But everything which is fabricative of the production of form exists prior to composite natures, and precedes their order and division according to number, and is also of the same coordination with the paternal cause in the more partial genre of things. In the body, it's made clear that the production of being, hyparxis, belongs to the paternal cause, the production of form belongs to the fabricative or demiurgic cause, and so the paternal is of a higher order than the demiurgic cause in general. But obviously the demiurgic cause cooperates with the paternal cause to generate lower natures. Proposition 158. Every elevating cause in the gods differs both from a purifying cause and from the convertive genre. The elevating cause is a part of conversion, because beings and superessential things can convert to themselves or to higher natures, whereas the elevating cause simply brings a being up to a higher nature. So the convertive genre is more total. Also, the elevating cause is prior to the purifying cause, which keeps a thing exempt from subordinate and lower natures. The elevating cause brings it up towards higher natures, and if you remember, the connection between higher natures and their subordinates is closer than that between middle natures and their subordinates. Things up the chain in general will be prior. Elevation, therefore, is prior to purification. Proposition 159. Every order of the gods consists of the first principles, bound, and infinity, but one order is in a greater degree derived from bound, and another from infinity. So some orders of the gods lean more towards the column of the infinite, others towards the column of the finite. Pythagoreans like to draw these tables of categories. Essence is more of the nature of bound. Energy is more of the nature of the infinite. Number is of the nature of bound. I think magnitude is of the nature of the infinite, and other categories like this. So some gods lean more towards those properties of bound, others lean towards the properties of infinitude. This also implies that Paros Apeiron is prior to all of the orders of the gods, except for the first god, the One, which would imply then that the hierarchy, as in the Tetractys, is the One, Paros, and Apeiron, and then immediately after that, the gods then give rise to the harmony of intellectual essences and everything after that. The exact place of Paros and Apeiron in Proclus's system is a little bit difficult to suss out, right? But it looks as though we have the One, and then bound, and the infinite, and then the henads. Proposition 160. Every divine intellect is uniform, or has the form of the One, and is perfect. And the first intellect subsists from itself and produces other intellects. So there is a monad of the series of intellects which subsists from itself and produces the other intellects. And it itself is unitive. The monad of each series is more like the One, and it is simply that property which it imparts to the members of its series. So the divine intellect is uniform, containing causally all subsequent intellects in itself. Proposition 161. Everything which is truly being and is suspended from the gods is divine and imparticipable. Right, from each of the gods, there is one first being suspended from it. And if we remember, imparticipable things are prior to the participated emanations of those same things. Straight from the gods, we have divine and imparticipable beings, which are here defined as the true beings. These give subsistence to intellects, and when intellects look back on those divine and imparticipable beings, they, from the perspective of the intellect, perceive their object of intellection, or the intelligible that is their target. Intellect, one of the reasons why intellect has to be inferior to being, the being of intelligibles, is that intellect is for the sake of that which it attempts to attain. That the same reason that beauty is superior to love. Love is emotion towards beauty. It's for the sake of beauty. Intellect is emotion towards these divine and imparticipable true beings. Proposition 162. Every multitude of unities which illuminates truly existing being is occult and intelligible. Occult indeed as being conjoined with unity, but intelligible as participated by being. The properties of the gods are known by the differences that appear in their products. So because those truly existing beings, the imparticipable divine beings, have the signature of the influence of their henads, their causing henads, we can, through those truly existing beings, through intellect, discern the nature of the gods to some extent, although they also remain occult and in themselves, being too unified to be grasped in their own nature by intellect. Proposition 163. Every multitude of unities which is participated by imparticipable intellect is intellectual. So at the summit of intellects, there is one imparticipable intellect, the monad of intellects. And while natures don't directly participate of it so that it can remain exempt and preserve the identity of that monad, it, at the same time, participates of higher natures beyond it, those divine and imparticipable beings, as well as henads above them. And the henads that are participated by imparticipable intellect are intellectual, not in the way that intellect is intellectual, but as containing intellect causally in itself, giving rise to the intellectual peculiarity from itself. So that's why it's called intellectual, although these henads are intellectual henads, although they aren't in the hypostasis of intellect. They're superior to it. Proposition 164. Every multitude of unities which is participated by every imparticipable soul is supermundane. Imparticipable soul is prior to the world, so it's supermundane. And so just as there are gods related to intellect and gods related to intelligibles, there are gods related to supermundane soul. I'm going to read the body here. For because imparticipable soul is primarily above the world, the gods also which are participated by it are supermundane, having the same analogy to the intellectual and intelligible gods, which soul has to intellect and intellect to truly existing being. As therefore every soul is suspended from intellect, and intellect is converted to the intelligible, thus also the supermundane are suspended from the intellectual in the same manner as the intellectual from the intelligible gods. So as the things that participate of the gods are related to one another, soul to intellect to intelligibles, so these orders of gods are related to each other as well. Proposition 165. Every multitude of unities which is participated by a certain sensible body is mundane. So the mundane gods are those which are ultimately participated by certain sensible bodies. And this participation happens through the mediation of soul and intellect. Proposition 166. Every intellect is either imparticipable or participable. And if participable, it is either participated by supermundane or by mundane souls. The supermundane souls participate of intellects of a higher order than mundane souls. The intellects that are there with mundane souls are relatively low on the hierarchy, as we're getting it here. And this last sentence is important. The participation also of the supermundane gods by mundane souls is through mundane intellects as the media. So the supermundane gods are the gods that descend their energies to the supermundane souls to make contact with those supermundane souls, which receive divine energies and are called gods, basically, themselves. In order for mundane souls to make contact with those, they have to use mundane intellects. Proposition 167. Every intellect intellectually perceives itself, but the first intellect indeed perceives itself alone, and in this, intellect and the intelligible are one in number. But each of the subsequent intellects perceives itself and the natures prior to itself, and the intelligible to each of these is partly that which it is and partly that from which it is derived. The first intellect has to be a medium between intelligibles and intellects, and so it will be the intelligible intellect. That is one in number, and what it knows is wholly in itself. It is the object of its own intellection. This is very similar to the concept of God for Aristotle, right? Thought thinking itself. Of course, this is not the first principle in Proclus's conception. Lower intellects will perceive themselves and also the imprint of intelligibles. It will perceive the intelligibles that are caused in them by intelligible essences prior to them. The intelligible intellect, however, perceives the intelligible in its own nature and also engages in this process of self-reversion and self-knowledge, which intelligible essences above intelligible intellect are elevated beyond through their kind of unity. Proposition 168. Every intellect knows in energy that which it intellectually perceives, and it is not the peculiarity of one part of it to perceive and of another to perceive that it perceives. intellectual activity for intellects as such is at the same time a knowledge of its own nature and a knowledge of that knowing that it is engaged in. So perception and apperception aren't distinct. That just makes sense. Souls, the method of their knowledge is discursive. They don't know everything all at once. In actuality, we have some knowledge in capacity, some in act. Intellects know in energy what they intellectually perceive and that they are intellectually perceiving that. So the distinction that remains is between the intelligible, which is the object of its intellection. Proposition 169. Every intellect has its essence, power, and energy in eternity. This speaks for itself basically, but an important distinction here is that intellect interfaces with intelligibles through intelligence. So we have intellect, intelligence, and intelligibles. And the mode of knowledge of intellect, the way that these are connected, is much more unitive than appears in the realm of souls. This act of intellect happens eternally. Proposition 170. Every intellect at once intellectually perceives all things, but impartible intellect indeed simply perceives all things, and each of the intellects posterior to it perceives all things according to one. So each intellect does perceive all, but imparticipable intellect, the peak of intellect, simply perceives all things unfiltered, and each other intellect perceives all according to one preeminent property peculiar to it. It contains all the other intellectual natures. It contains the intelligibles which are stamped on it in their totality, but that totality is proportional. So probably the best analogy is imparticipable intellect perceiving with this pure, unfiltered white light, and then for each other intellect you slide a color slide over the light, and you get a red light. So it perceives the spectrum, but through one particular polarization or lens. Proposition 171. Every intellect is an impartible essence. So intellect is more unitive than soul. Even souls revert to themselves, and things that revert to themselves have to be incorporeal, and if you're incorporeal, you'll have to be impartible. Things that are partible, Proclus says here, are partible on account of magnitude or multitude, or on account of energies which are born along with the flux of time. But the energies of intellects are more closely bound with their essences. Because their activity is eternal, we can go as far as to say as their essence is identified with their energy. Their activity of intellection is at the same time their essential intellect. And for the highest intellects, the object of intellection, the intelligible that they are directed towards, is also, for that intelligible intellect, one and the same with its identity. So because it's more unitive, it is therefore impartible. Proposition 172. Every intellect is proximately the producing cause of beings perpetual and immutable according to essence. So if a being has unfailing energy, if it is an eternal being, then its products will be perpetual rather than temporary. Intellect produces out of its being, its essence and its energies are tightly bound, and so just like the henads produce just from being what they are, the one produces just from being what it is, intellect produces from its own being, which is eternal. And so the next step down from eternal existence is perpetual existence. You don't go straight from eternal natures to intermittent temporary natures. There have to be media at all points here, so you don't go straight from one thing to something completely dissimilar. So instead of going from the eternal to the temporary, you go from the eternal to the perpetual. And the other reason here, as I already said, is that the energy of intellects are unfailing. So what they produce never stops existing. Proposition 173. Every intellect is intellectually both the things which are prior and posterior to itself. The participations of natures higher than intellect, intelligibles or henads, are participated by intellect intellectually. And intellect contains seminally the causal principles of subsequent natures. So intellect contains sensible things and souls intellectually. This is put succinctly here by Proclus. Participations, therefore, are according to the peculiarity and power of the participants. In intellects, you have their causes subsisting intellectually, their essence subsisting intellectually, and also the causes which they contain of subsequent things, all subsisting intellectually. So this is the general idea that all is in each, but appropriately. Proposition 174. Every intellect gives subsistence to things posterior to itself by intellection, and its fabrication consists in intellection, and its intellection or intelligence in fabrication. So intellects are extremely unitive compared to souls. Their essence and their energy is more tightly related, almost being identical with itself. On the top side of intellect, we see that this kind of unitive property of intellects gives rise to the conjunction between intelligibles and intellects. So you have the intelligible intellect, where the intelligibles that the intellect is participating of are in the essence of that highest intellect. And so there is an identity of the object of intellection and the process of intellection. Now, in lower intellects, when they produce things beneath them through fabrication, they do this through their intellection, through their intelligence. And so their intelligence is also the producing cause of lower things. So the way that intellects produce lower things is unitive. Their intelligence, their intellection, their activity is bound up with the making of lower things. So here we have this equivocation between four intellects, intellection and fabrication, in terms of acting as cause. Acting as participants of intelligibles, of course, this intellection towards higher natures isn't at the same time fabrication. The intelligence which produces lower natures is at the same time fabrication. Proposition 175. Every intellect is primarily participated by those natures which are intellectual, both according to essence and according to energy. So because the energy of intellects is eternal and unfailing, it won't give rise to a participant which has intellect essentially, but whose energy is intermittent intellectually and which fails. There are some souls that are not always intellectual. They don't always energize intellectually. Those can't be the primary participants of intellect. And the corollary from this, therefore, it is evident that it is impossible for the soul which sometimes perceives intellectually and sometimes does not to participate proximately of intellect. Proposition 176. All intellectual forms are in each other, and each is at the same time separate and distinct from the rest. So the intellects are more united with one another than souls or with bodies, and yet they are also more distinct from one another, which seems paradoxical. But the idea is that intellects are impartible. That which contains all the intellects is not extended. That impartible containing of all intellectual forms necessitates that all forms are in all other forms. I think you can see a kind of reflection of this in mathematics, where one mathematical theorem or proof or claim entails a huge number of other mathematical theorems or claims. And if you carry on the process long enough, I would argue that one mathematical principle ends up entailing every other. And so one bit of math kind of contains all of math in a way. And so intellects are situated similarly. They are together. They aren't, contained in the one kind of demiurgic intellect at the head of intellects, aren't contained as in a space. The demiurge itself, that intellect, is unitive because it's impartible. It doesn't have parts, and it doesn't have extension. It doesn't have magnitude. So the only way the intellects can subsist together is in one another. And yet, each individual intellect remains distinct in its own nature, and we can see that through the effects of each individual and particular form. And a corollary, but if someone, in addition to these demonstrations, should require also examples, let him direct his attention to the theorems which exist in one soul. For all these are in the same essence, which is truly without magnitude, and are united to each other. So theorems that exist in our mind exist all together in a place without magnitude. Like, how large is the soul? How many inches long is the soul? That's not how it works. It doesn't have magnitude, and yet contains all of those distinct theorems separately and unitedly. For that which is without magnitude does not locally contain the things which are in it, but the natures which it contains are united and separated, impartibly and without interval. For the soul genuinely produces all things, and each apart from each, attracting nothing from the rest, which, unless they were always separated according to habit, would not be separated by the energy of the soul. So it wouldn't be, this is a little confusing, the last sentence there, but it wouldn't be possible for the soul to generate the world, right? The world soul is prior to the world body. Soul is prior to body and gives rise to body. It creates things separately and distinctly. And it wouldn't be able to do that unless the theorems in the soul, the forms, the logoi in the soul weren't descended from the energies of separate and distinct intellects. Proposition 177. Every intellect being a plenitude of forms, one indeed is comprehensive of more total, but another of more partial forms. And the superior intellects contain in a more total manner such things as those posterior to them contain more partially. But the inferior intellects contain more partially such things as those that are prior to them contain more totally. Because all the forms are in each of the other forms, the effects of these forms proceed in this way. The higher forms, which contain more totally, produce lower things through fewer causal principles or ideas, and their effects extend further. Whereas inferior intellects, having partial ideas to deal with, produce their effects through more various ideas that they bring together to produce their effects, but their effects do not extend as far. So through fewer, higher intellects proceed further, and through a greater number, inferior intellects produce not extending as far. And the corollary? Hence it happens that the natures which are generated from superior intellects according to one form are produced in a divided manner from secondary intellects according to many ideas. So the higher intellects produce according to one form or a fewer number of forms, and then the secondary intellects produce the same effect through many ideas. Not precisely the same effect. What comes to mind for me is the idea that you can have a more elegant mathematical proof, for example, or a more laborious and complex proof that involves more axioms, that involves more principles to effect its aim. This is also the concept of grace, as in gracefulness in action. It's using the least effort, the least resources to get the maximal effect. And again, those natures which are produced by inferior intellects through many and distinct forms are produced by superior intellects through fewer but more total forms. and that indeed which is a whole and common accedes supernally to all its participants. But that which is divided and peculiar accedes from secondary intellects. Hence, secondary intellects, by the more partial separation of peculiarities, accurately and subtly distinguish the formations of primary intellects. So that more complex elucidation of the ideas given by secondary intellects is still helpful. Proposition 178, every intellectual form gives subsistence to eternal natures. The primary participants of the forms, because the energy of the forms is eternal, have their hypostasis eternally. Their existence is not going to be intermittent. We already saw a similar principle previously. Every intellectual form gives subsistence to eternal natures. So things that are temporary don't get their subsistence directly from intellectual forms. They get them through intermediaries. Proposition 179. Every intellectual number is bounded. The closer you are to the one, the fewer the number of members of that hypostasis, and the greater their powers. So intellectual number is bounded because it is not as great in extent as the number of souls or the number of material bodies. The number of those things is greater. Now, it's not entirely clear whether Proclus would accept that the number is a kind of infinite, a limited infinite, but not as unbounded as the number of souls. Because the obvious question here is, if the number of intellects is bounded, then what is their number? Is it like 11,000? Is it 20,000? Is it 10 million? You know, what exactly is the number that we're coming to here? I think the way that he's treating infinitude, you can see here. Hence, it is not infinite. The multitude of intellects, therefore, is bounded. For that which is less than a certain thing is not infinite, because the infinite, so far as infinite, is not less than anything. The way we use the term infinite, we can accept that there are different gradations of infinity, although we never have, like, infinites taken infinitely, just like Proclus said. In order for something to be conceived as infinite, it has to be infinite in terms of some finite set of dimensions that we're calculating. So the finitude of intellect is finite with respect to the relative infinity numerically of lower natures, just like the powers of higher beings are infinite with respect to lower beings, but not infinite with respect to those higher beings themselves or to their superiors. Proposition 180. Every intellect is a whole, so far as each consists of parts, and is united to other things, and at the same time separated from them. But imparticipable intellect, indeed, is simply a whole, as containing all parts in itself totally. But each partial intellect possesses the whole as in a part, and thus is all things partially. Right? This is similar to the idea that secondary intellects contain all the forms, but more partially. Every intellect is a whole insofar as it contains all the other forms as parts of itself, impartible parts. And it is united to other things and separated from them. Imparticipable intellect, the monad of intellects, is simply a whole, is containing all parts totally and more unitedly, but partial intellects possess the whole as in a part because they themselves are partial. Proposition 181. Every participated intellect is either divine, as being suspended from the gods, or is intellectual only. From each of the henads is suspended one being, and down the chain you have one imparticipable intellect associated with each of those intelligibles that is divine. Actually, in the body here, everything imparticipable is divine, as being allotted an order in multitude analogous to the one. So divine things kind of fall down that column. The number of henads is smaller, so only a certain number of intellects, souls, bodies get to be divine. And once you have imparticipable intellect, which is in that divine train, the immediate participated nature that emanates out of it will either be divine or not divine. And it can't be not divine because then it would differ in two respects from its producing cause. It would be both not divine and not imparticipable. So because the imparticipable intellect has the quality of being divine and imparticipable, the necessary medium, the next connecting point, can't differ in both of these respects. It must differ only in one. So it remains divine, but stops being imparticipable. So the first participated intellects are divine, and then subsequent participated intellects are no longer divine. The other argument for this is that things at the top of their order are able to directly participate of the superior order, but things lower down in one order can't directly participate of the higher hypostasis. Proposition 182. Every divine participated intellect is participated by divine souls. The same logic here applies. From a divine participated intellect, you're not going to get an undivine soul. That's too radically different. There have to be gradual gradations, a well-ordered progression at every step. So from divine participated intellects, divine souls participate of them. Proposition 183. Every intellect which is participated indeed but is intellectual alone is participated by souls which are neither divine nor subsisting in a mutation from intellect into a privation of intellect. So the non-divine participated intellects will be participated by non-divine souls, but not souls as low as which occasionally energize intellectually, because the essence and energy of intellects are eternal and undiminishing. The participants of them will have participated intellect in a perpetual way. Proposition 184. Every soul is either divine or is changed from intellect into a privation of intellect, or always remains as a medium between these, but is inferior to divine souls. Right, so souls can directly participate of divine intellects. Those are the intellects that are themselves directly suspended from the henads. A soul can participate from an intellectual intellect that is not divine, and yet which energizes eternally, is complete, and so the intellectual energies of those souls never fail. And then there is the third class of soul, like us, that sometimes energizes intellectually and then sometimes does not, and those souls are participating of intellects which are more partial. Maybe they can't even properly be called intellects at that point, maybe shadows of intellect or something of that nature. But that is a point. In each level, you go from the complete and total henads to the partial henads, complete and total intellects to the partial intellects, and so forth. So you have divine souls, permanently intellectual souls, and then souls that sometimes partake of intellect. Proposition 185. All divine souls are indeed gods psychically, but all those that participate of an intellectual intellect are the perpetual attendants of the gods, and all those that are the recipients of mutation are sometimes only the attendants of the gods. So the same three categories from before. The divine souls are psychically gods, though they may not be gods with respect to the bodies they may happen to inhabit. Then the second order, the perpetually intellectually energizing souls, are the perpetual attendants of the gods. And that mirrors and prefigures the idea of the orders of angels in Catholicism, for example. They have perfect intellects and constantly attend to God in that system. And then last, the intellects, or the souls rather, that are the recipients of mutation of intellect that intermittently energize intellectually are occasionally the attendants of the gods. And again, that's us. We don't constantly revert to our source and attend to higher beings. We often fail in those energies. Proposition 186. Every soul is both an incorporeal essence and separate from body. This follows from some of the earliest propositions in this work, the idea that something that knows itself reverts to itself, and reversion to itself is impossible for bodies. And so if soul can revert to itself, it must have an essence separable from body. That's already been established. So it is therefore an incorporeal essence, which is inherently separable from the body. Now this last sentence here is interesting, or the last two. Moreover, that the soul knows itself is evident, for if it knows the natures that are above itself, and is also naturally adapted to know itself, it will in a much greater degree know itself from the causes prior to itself. So not only do we obviously know that we know ourselves just from kind of Cartesian starting points in a way, we also, because we know the causes higher than ourselves, intellects and the gods, through them we know ourselves more than the soul knows itself by its own means exclusively. Proposition 187. Every soul is indestructible and incorruptible. This also follows from some of those early propositions. If soul is separable from body, then it's not a composite structure. It also doesn't have its subsistence in another subject inherently. Proclus puts it very well. For everything which can in any way whatever be dissolved and destroyed is either corporeal and a composite, or is allotted its hypostasis in a subject. So it's not a composite, it's not a corporeal thing, so it can't be cut up and dissolved that way. And it doesn't have its being, its existence, in another subject inherently. You know, like the being of my finger is in my body as a subject and doesn't have this kind of independent existence. It will dissolve outside of my body. That's not the way the soul works, because it is separable and converts to itself. So it's not in another subject, and it's not a composite, so there's no way to destroy it. Now you might ask, isn't it the case that souls are corrupted, right? Isn't moral failure something that happens? Well, our souls are not directly in our bodies with us in time. Our souls are eternal, and we participate of those souls through intermediaries. The essential soul is never corrupted, although through those intermediaries, corruptions can be introduced, corruptions of energy, of those kind of subsidiary levels of soul that we interface with in order to have a body. Proposition 188. Every soul is both life and vital. So because bodies receive life through the participation of soul, soul must either have life alone and not participated life, the vital nature, or it must have participated life alone and not essential life, or it must have both. It can't be simply life that it has, because then it would be unparticipated life itself, which it is clearly not. And it can't simply be vital, because then there would be something in soul which didn't have life as a property. Now, if you remember, being, life, intellect is the trinity of the second hypostasis. In order for intellects to make contact with intelligible beings, they need to go back, according to previous propositions, through the paths from whence they came. So they have to move through life. Intellects have to move through life to get to those intelligibles. And all subsequent modes of knowledge then will have to take place through the medium of life. Proclus says down here, so this is the reason it can't be alone vital or having a life-like nature, but not also life. If, however, it is alone vital but not also life, it will consist of life and non-life. There's something about soul that isn't this essential life as well. It will not therefore know itself nor be converted to itself. Soul has to convert to itself totally, right? That's what we've established through previous propositions. Soul has this property of self-conversion. And if there was something that was not life in soul, essentially, then that couldn't convert to itself, and then soul would be partible, like the whole nature of soul would be destroyed. For knowledge is life, right? Life is what you use to get, the intellects use life to get back to the intelligibles. We use life to acquire our objects of knowledge, both mundane and intellectual. And the Gnostic power, so far as it is such, is vital. If therefore there is anything in soul without life, this will not possess essentially the power of knowing, which would make the soul partible, as we've said. So soul can't merely be life. It can't merely have the vital nature. It is both life and has the vital nature. So it's not unparticipated life, and it's not merely living, because it is through and through a Gnostic hypostasis, soul. So every soul is both life and vital. Proposition 189. Every soul is self-vital. Souls revert to themselves. Everything that reverts to itself is self-subsistent, so souls are self-subsistent. It has life essentially. Everything that soul is participated by receives life. So it is essential to soul to have life. And it receives, because it's self-converting, it receives its vital subsistence, its hyparxis, from its own essence. So the living quality of a soul is not imparted from elsewhere. It's imparted from the life that is in soul intrinsically already. Of course, that life ultimately comes from the second hypostasis, and so in a manner of speaking, you could say that soul receives life from higher natures, and that's true. But relatively speaking, there are beings that receive their existence suspended from another, and then there are beings that receive their existence as a property of their own essence necessarily. And soul is one of those natures, where it is in the essence of soul to impart life, and so it imparts life even to itself. Proposition 190. Every soul is a medium between impartible natures and the natures which are divisible about bodies. So soul is more unitive, less partible than bodily natures. In fact, it is impartible itself, but it is not as unitive as the intellects, whence it ultimately gets its life from. So the terminology can be a little confusing here. In one sense, soul gets its life from itself, from its own essence, because its life is stamped in it essentially. But that, at its own level, is, of course, through participation, and it receives its essence ultimately from higher natures. So it is not imparticipable life or imparticipable knowledge. It is lower than those impartible natures, but not as low as natures which are, actually partible and destructible and corruptible. Proposition 191. Every participable soul has indeed an eternal essence, but its energy is accompanied with time. So if you remember, intellects have an essence and energy which are joined together in eternity. So it's very difficult to distinguish essence from energy among intellects. So intelligible, intelligence, action of intellection, and intellect all kind of tend to blend together, compared to soul, which has an eternal essence. It has life in that eternal essence intrinsically, essentially, and imparts life necessarily to its participants. But the energies of soul are able to be alienated from that life to some extent because we're capable of forgetting, we're capable of moving away from our knowledge. So that's the respect in which souls are partible. Their energies and their lower intermediaries can fail, don't always revert to themselves, don't always make contact with the Gnostic energy. So they are essentially eternal, but energetically temporal. Proposition 192. Every participable soul ranks among the number of truly existing beings and is the first of generated natures. Souls have their essence in eternity and their energies in time. They are among the truly existing beings by hyparxis, just like the divine souls are gods psychically. All souls are truly existing beings by their existence, which is eternal because their essence is eternal. So they share in eternity in that way, but because their energies are in time, they act as that medium between eternity and time. So they are in some respects measured by time in respect of energy, in some respects measured by eternity in respect of essence. So the very first soul will be the first among generated natures, which will be the world soul. Proposition 193. Every soul subsists proximately from intellect. So souls are suspended from intellects. They have eternal essences, and so must proceed from an immovable essence, not from a movable one. So it must at least be the order of intellects that souls are suspended from. And since souls complete themselves through a reversion to intellect ultimately, that must be the source from which they came. So every soul subsists proximately from intellect. Proposition 194. Every soul contains all the forms which intellect primarily possesses. So when something gives rise to another thing by its very essence, it imparts in a secondary way everything that that thing primarily possesses. All the forms contain all the other forms. All intellects contain all the forms, although not total and completely and unfiltered. There is this kind of ratio for each individual form, each individual intellect. The forms are taken as all through one particular focus, right? Except for the chief among intellects, imparticipable intellect, the demiurge, basically, which will have all of them unfiltered, all of them contained together. So souls, though, contain secondarily the idoi, I believe I'm pronouncing that right, I'm not sure, the kind of nature of the forms that are in each of the intellects. They contain a reflection of the idoi, the logoi, or reason principles in our own mind. And this is obviously related to the idea of anamnesis. We contain all knowledge in ourselves, obscurely, not as clearly as in the intellects, and in a not as perfect in proportion of equality as the forms appear in the demiurge. Proposition 195. Every soul is all things, containing indeed sensibles paradigmatically, or after the manner of an exemplar, but intelligibles iconically, or after the manner of an image. So, as we already said, the logoi in soul are a reflection or an image of the idoi in intellect, and souls contain the paradigmatic cause of mundane things. Mundane things are suspended from soul, right? The world soul is prior to the world body, and it is that intermediary between higher natures and lower natures. So it contains all of those natures according to its own proper hypostasis in its own manner, but it does contain all things. So here, but it contains intelligibles and the forms of them after the manner of an image, so that it receives partably indeed impartables with multiplication, unical natures, and in a self-motive manner things immovable. Hence it is all beings containing such as are first according to participation, but paradigmatically such as are posterior to its own nature. Proposition 196. Every participable soul primarily uses a perpetual body which possesses an unbegotten and incorruptible hypostasis. Soul imparts animation essentially, and so the first participant of a soul will eternally be animated because the essence of soul is eternal. So the very first participant of soul is going to be an eternal, or rather perpetual, body, which is unbegotten, incorruptible. This body, I believe, would be the light body or astral body. There are going to be several intermediaries between imparticipable soul, let's say, participated soul, and then the various levels of body which are attached to it. This can be seen in New Age thought, but it comes from Neoplatonism. Proposition 197. Every soul is in essence vital and Gnostic, and a life essential and Gnostic, and is knowledge essential and vital. All things likewise subsist in it at once, the essential, the vital, and the Gnostic. And all things are in all, and each is separate from the rest. So there we have that being, life, intellect, trichotomy appearing in soul, such that the knowledge of soul is necessarily essential. It has being, and it has life. Knowledge without being is impossible because it wouldn't exist, and without life is impossible because life is that procession out of the forms. So moving back through knowledge to essence has to take place through that intermediary of life, and so knowledge, essence, and life are in each other. Likewise, the essence of soul is as such Gnostic. Soul is essentially self-knowing and also essentially vital. It imparts, as a result of its own nature, life to whatever it inhabits. Now, these three properties are in each other in intellect more eminently. Soul, these are in each other and yet are distinct at the same time. And then in matter, we see life that doesn't have self-knowledge. We see essence that doesn't have life. So this is the station of soul is intermediate between unitive forms and corporeal forms. And because we see knowledge, essence, and life disparately distributed in mundane things, they exist in us together and in each other. Proposition 198. Everything which participates of time and is always moved is measured by periods. Proclus reasons here that to be measured by time is to be bounded in terms of multitude and magnitude. And a straight line proceeding infinitely is not measured in some sense. The nature of the world is governed by limit. I suppose that's the effect of it. Honestly, the introduction of this principle is a little obscure to me. If you have suggestions on it, leave them in the comments. It may also, in fact, be true if looked at in a particular way. If Roger Penrose's model, the cyclical universe, is correct, then ultimately everything does return from the same to the same in these grand cycles. Even, supposing an infinite extent of space, just based on pure chance, you would eventually get to a region that was identical to your starting point, which seems crazy, but if space is infinite, then any finite configuration reoccurs. And so I can think of justifications for Proclus's principle here, but I don't quite understand how he arrives at it. In any case, for Proclus, everything which participates of time and is always moved is measured by periods. Proposition 199. Every mundane soul uses periods of its proper life and restitutions to its former state. So because the energy of soul is measured by time and always moves, it must move periodically. And so it moves from its pristine state to a less pristine state and then back over and over again. And this is called apokatastatic motion. For every period of perpetual natures is apokatastatic, or restorative to a former condition. Proposition 200. Every period of soul is measured by time. The period of other souls, indeed, is measured by a certain time, but that of the first soul, since it is measured by time, is measured by the whole of time. So soul is characterized by having an essence in eternity and an energy in time. So even the first soul, the most complete soul, is measured by time. And if time is going to measure anything, the whole of time is going to measure anything, it's going to be that first soul. So the first soul spans all of time with one of its lives. Think about like Brahma, right, opening his eyes, experiencing the life cycle of the universe, shutting his eyes, beginning a new cycle, right? The world soul spans the entire length of time with its period. And of course, other souls don't, their periods are shorter. Proposition 201. All divine souls have triple energies, some indeed as souls, but others as receiving a divine intellect, and others as suspended from the gods. And they provide indeed for the whole of things as gods, but they know all things through an intellectual life, and they move bodies through a self-moved hyparxis. Because divine souls are analogical to gods in the mundane world, they serve that role within the cosmos, their providential care suspended from the gods is extended to the cosmos. So that's one form of energy that divine souls have, the providential or unific, right? What makes them one gives them their providential energies. What makes them intellectual is what allows them to know all things. And then what makes them peculiarly themselves as souls is this self-moved summit of their essence. So what moves bodies can be a divine mover of bodies, like the souls of the planets in this Neoplatonic conception. And then being suspended from a divine intellect is one way of energizing divinely for these divine souls. Proposition 202. All souls attending upon and always following the gods are inferior to the divine, but are expanded above partial souls. So we have three types of souls here. The souls which sometimes follow the gods, that participate of partial intellects and not divine intellects or complete intellects. We have the souls which always attend on the gods, which are suspended from complete intellects, which never cease their intellectual energizing. So they're always in attendance on the gods, but they don't participate of the henads. They're not in that kind of central column from the henads to the divine intellects, to the divine souls. There are these attendant souls who are suspended from complete intellects, but aren't in that divine column. And then there are the divine souls that participate of divine providential energies through their unity and through divine intellections through divine intellects. Proposition 203. Of every psychical multitude, divine souls, indeed, being greater in power than other souls, are contracted according to number. But those that always follow divine souls have a middle order among all souls, both in power and quantity. And partial souls, indeed, are inferior in power to the others, but proceed into a greater number. This follows from previous propositions, where we learn that the higher beings are fewer and more potent. So divine souls are fewer and more potent. The lowest souls are more numerous but less potent, and then the middle souls that always attend on the gods form a middle rank between those extremes. Proposition 204. Every divine soul is the leader of many souls that always follow the gods, and of a still greater number of such as sometimes receive this order. Right. Divine souls aren't barren. They are at the head of their own hierarchies, beings who they fulfill and affect. So they first affect and fulfill those souls that participate of complete intellects who never fail in their attendance on the gods. But then those can't be the only ones to follow divine souls, because then those intellectual souls themselves would kind of be unprolific and nothing would be connected to them. So you need these divine souls to influence a train of followers all the way down to the partial souls. And as we already learned, the partial souls are more numerous, and those which always attend the gods are fewer, but not as few as the divine souls themselves. Proposition 205. Every partial soul has the same ratio to the soul under which it is essentially arranged as the vehicle of the one to the vehicle of the other. This is the vehicle of the soul, the ukema, the subtle body, there's light body, pneumatic body, these different vehicles. The one that is closest to the soul spontaneously and always participates of that soul and is incorruptible and persists always. And that's the necessary medium between the soul and the body. You need these vehicles of the soul to create those gradations where you get down to something that eventually is corruptible, like matter. The vehicle of a divine soul is to the vehicle of an always intellectually energizing soul, as the divine soul is to the intellectually energizing soul. These proportions subsist at all levels. So in the same way as the one God is to another God, so one soul in the train of that God is to a soul in the train of this other God. These proportions subsist at every level and are mirrored at every level of the hierarchy. And of course, the soul herself is composed of proportions, as we learn in the Timaeus. Proposition 206. Every partial soul is able to descend infinitely into generation and to ascend from generation to real being. Proclus's meaning here is that every partial soul cycles infinitely many times into generation and then back to the gods, just as is described basically in the Phaedrus. We're in the train of a god, we grow our wings, we learn to follow them, we move with them through the cosmos, and then we lose our wings, are drawn down to matter, and the cycle goes on. Proposition 207. The vehicle of every partial soul is fabricated by an immovable cause. Because these immediate vehicles of the soul, whether a partial soul or a complete soul, divine soul, the vehicles of the souls never degrade. They energize continuously through infinite time. Therefore, they are produced by an immovable hyparxis. We learned that in previous propositions. Something which moves gives rise to something which energizes temporarily. Something which is immobile and eternal can give rise to things which move and energize continuously and perpetually. Proposition 208. The vehicle of every partial soul is immaterial, essentially indivisible, and impassive. The okema has to be immaterial because if it were material and divisible, then it would be corruptible. So because we know that it's incorruptible, we know that it's immaterial and essentially indivisible. Proposition 209. The vehicle of every partial soul descends indeed with the addition of more material vestments, but becomes united to the soul by an ablation or chipping away of everything material, and a recurrence to its proper form, analogous to the soul that uses it. So the soul goes through these cycles, but the soul can't make contact directly with matter. It needs the intermediary of these vehicles. So it's the vehicles that accrue the material vestments. There would, of course, be different levels of vehicle of the soul, ranging from those closest to matter to those furthest from material nature. They descend by acquiring material vestments. They ascend by being cleansed of those material vestments. This is similar to Plotinus's idea that evil comes about through immersion in matter, basically. Proclus's views on evil are a little bit subtler, but this same mechanism, the kind of contamination of the vehicle of the soul through matter, is present. Proposition 210. Every connascent vehicle of the soul always possesses both the same figure and magnitude, but it is seen to be greater and less and of a dissimilar figure through the additions and ablations of other bodies. Because as we've seen, it is created from an immovable source, which defines its nature and limits. It is impartible and yet does have extension, has figure and magnitude, compared to the soul, which doesn't have extension in space. The connascent vehicle has figure and magnitude, a kind of essential shape, but then is distorted and grows through the accretion of material elements that we mentioned in the previous proposition. Proposition 211. Every partial soul descending into generation descends wholly, nor does one part of it remain on high and another part descend. His reasoning here is that if there was one part that remained incorruptible, then it would not fail to order the rest of the soul. So the entire soul does descend into generation and brings about this corrupted condition. And yet the essence of the soul is in eternity, not time. So the soul which descends as a whole into generation. And yet there is this eternal element that I think deserves to be mentioned. That is it for the elements of theology. So I want to thank you guys for sticking with me through this whole presentation. Hopefully these explanations made it a little bit easier to get into the system. This isn't the extent of Proclus's system. He has many other writings which round out the picture and add new details, and it ends up being quite comprehensive. Not saying I agree with absolutely everything in it, but it does need to be evaluated holistically. So that's why I made this video. Hopefully it makes it easier for some people to get a basic, kind of jump start on the system to understand this text above others, which is well organized, which is systematic. And then with this scheme in mind, you can read the other writings of Proclus quite a bit easier. So hopefully you guys enjoyed. Thank you guys for listening. God bless.